Oh, did I do that? Yeah, I think I did. I think I did that. Okay. All right. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Freaking thing. That doesn't look right. What's up, Tara? How are you? All right, what did I break here? Boom, 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 boom. Dun, dun, dun. All right, that works. How are you? Do no good. Do no good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. This freaking air conditioning is blowing cold on me. I mean, doing good. Oops. Do no good. Okay, let's see. Let's see. What did I break? What's going on the internets? Do no good. All right, let's see. Let's see if I broke this or not. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's see. Get fired and losing scholarship. Oh, somebody's not happy. Bees don't actually build honeycombs. Physics does. All right, let's see. Vertical Hammond. I can't read properly, I think. I wonder how long I wasn't able to read. The sound of silence. They're lying to you about sunlight. How dangerous are magnetic items? Why Maine Coons are not for everyone. Chick-fil-A stabbing in Georgia. That's my area. Wow. Wonder where it was. No, Cherokee County. Never mind, not my area. The capacitor plague. One thing you haven't prepared for. U.S. Attorney General Albany holds presser for thwarted terrorist plot. Yeah, this did you hear about that? This woman in New York was trying to blow up the New York senators or something. Man, Indiana is flooding. It's crazy. Never seen it like that there. So Space Cowboy is from Indiana. Hold on, this thing's freaking cold. Let me put it on something. Okay, that should probably the auto. All right, that should probably do. All right. He's from there. He said like he remembers floods like 10 years ago or something, but it's supposed to flood again. Like yesterday we were looking up some flood predictions or whatever you want to call them, forecasts. And for I want to say it was like September 2nd or something, and there's like a huge like flood warning that covers like a lot of Indiana, a lot of like all of Indianapolis and a lot of Indiana. I got Mercury Blues as an earworm. Uh-oh. We'll see if we can get rid of that. The White River, my husband from Indiana. What's up, Kanana? Phoenix, Arizona. So you got Phoenix. Where are you at now, Tara? You're in the north somewhere. I want to say if I can't remember correctly, it was Cheryl's from Maine. I want to say was it Philly? My in-laws still live there. Big Daddy Rod, do you think we're going nuclear on Iran? No, I don't. So you're Tennessee. Okay, all right. Maybe I do remember that. So Big Daddy Ray, but you're from Philly. Okay, yeah. I for some reason I've got the memory. I just can't mix it up right. What's up, Kevin? Kevin from Philly also. Move around a bunch. All right, so Big Daddy Rod, I'm going to tell you something very interesting that's going on. If don't, it's hard to learn watching the news, American news. Follow the stock markets and stuff in other countries, particularly China. China's having a big problem now. China usually buys, I think it's 80 to 90% of the Iranian oil, which they can't get right now. So without that, all of their, because I know they're communist, but they're communo-capitalists. Like they have made concessions to go more capitalist. And so they have stock market type things going on, and they're all going down because a lot of what China sells to the rest of the world is plastic stuff, and plastic, as you probably know, is you need oil. It's a petro chemical. So without all that oil that's been cut off since the beginning of the war, they're now, Xi Jinping is now coming to America to talk with the Trump administration to try to sort something out. And just released again the other day here was that the XL pipeline from Albany, Canada to the United States is that in the Biden administration was shut down, was dismissed. They said we're not going to do it, and now it is, which means the world's two largest oil fields, Venezuela, which is giving America 50% of the oil, and now Albany, which will be giving America a whole lot of oil, is putting China in a bad position. So China not doing business with Iran and then getting their oil from either Venezuela or America to bypass the Iranian sanctions, that will be the nuclear option where they won't be able to make any money and they won't be able to sell any oil. Therefore, I think what's being pushed is the Iranian people ultimately are going to say to their government, you can't feed us, you can't give us water, you got to go. And ultimately, I think that's what's going to happen. South Florida. This is random, but I want to squeeze that pimple on your nose so bad. I don't have one. I got, bam. I don't got one. The pimple on the end of my nose is my head. What up, Shiva? Arigato, Kung Fu Master. Yeah, I was putting a bunch of stuff in. I'm moving to a new studio on the 27th, so I was, been painting and going through boxes and boxing stuff up and packaging stuff up, and I found a hair tie, and I was like, all right, let's do that. Winnie the Pooh, what up, Gary? That's why China are going hard on nuclear reactors. They got about 10. I think they have 33 in construction. Does Iran even really have a government anymore? It doesn't really seem like it. It doesn't really. So they've got something going on. Somebody that can post on X. Somebody's talking to the somebody in power is talking to Oman. Somebody in power is talking to Pakistan. Go through to America, but I think they understand that there's a lot of spies amongst them, because if there wasn't spies in their high ranking in the higher ranking levels, no one would have known where they actually were in that bunker to hit that bunker. So I think they understand, but I mean, who knows? They might just be like we'll burn it all down. We got no idea. What's up, Walrus, brother? You're welcome, Big Daddy Rod. Do you think healthy bad foods are a good thing? Like, should exist healthy soda, healthy candy bars, healthy chocolates and sauce? No, they're almost all crap. So the thing is, by calling them healthy, they're usually not healthy at all. They actually will make your health worse, because how healthy is defined, the marketing terms might be no fat, when fat's one of the most important things to put in your body. Or it'll say no sugar, but it'll have a wackadoo sweetener that whacks out your insulin levels and whatnot. So finding something that uses real fats, real cocoa, real sugar is going to be the healthiest chocolate you can find, but it's got to be, obviously in moderation. Absolutely. No, the other side. What up, Bull Monkey? I'm in the middle of my bathrooms being done. Next is the kitchen. What up, brother? Did you see that the UK government is giving booklets to immigrants to tell them rape and yeah, dude, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, it's rough. Couldn't just pull your hair up before a man button. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's raining heavily in Philadelphia. This is tough on Facebook. Dibs Dibley, good afternoon. I'm from Winlow Grove. Crazy rain. You guys are all the healthy food has no caramel coloring. Right. Like so when something that we knew was bad for us, they finally say is bad for us, they'll be like, now without this bullshit that we used to put in your food. Yeah. I've never seen a country as compromised as Iran. Right. And listen, there is a very, very, very interesting stuff. You can't listen to the news. You can't, it's very difficult to find out what's going on by listening to the news in America because you don't know if it's the right-wing news or the left-wing news is telling the truth. They're telling the opposite, different things about the same topic. So one of them's got to be lying or wrong or both of them. Yeah, and that's why if you really want to find out, you got to find out yourself. Well, how does the news get their information? Well, they typically use what's called the news wire. And you can also get access to that to find out what they see in order to make television and radio shows of to give you that information. I mean, millions of African buyers in the UK are supposed to feel safe. Yeah. Remember when McDonald's came out with 100% meat chicken nuggets or something? Listen, Huntington Valley. Look at that. I'm 49. January 10th, 1977. Beefcake. Like what was in it before? Yeah, right. Oh, now it's got 100% meat. Well, we had styrofoam and freaking wackadoo. Kev, I'm from Sherwood. I was from Maryland originally, Baltimore, Glen Burnie, then to Baltimore City, and then down here to Atlanta-ish, Georgia. That's where I'm at now. Yeah, boy. Yeah, Red Rock. There's a lot of wackadoo stuff going on, and if you really want to know what's going on, you can't really follow your politicians. You have, you got to follow your eyes. I've never dyed my hair. The only time my hair ever has been another color besides its natural color is I had a girlfriend when I was like 17 or 18 that I had like long hair also. She took a magic marker and colored like the bottom 1 inch of my hair all the way around because she was a photographer and she used to like taking pictures of me. So that, and then one time when I was like 8 or 9, I had that like spray in like green and orange for Halloween. But yeah, no, I've never dyed my hair, never had a tattoo, never had a piercing. What? Me, Baltimore, Atlanta. Which one, Big Daddy Ray? I lived in Bel Air, Maryland back in the 90s. Yeah, I lived in Glen Burnie, which is right by Severn and Severna Park. That's where I was bred and spread. That's where I came up. That's where I broke my nose a bunch of times skateboarding and freaking hanging out with the boys. Rather, all the person define the crime. The age of consent is not the same as the age of consent. Is not legal. Is not the same as where the age of consent is not legal. Seems simple to me, but if you choose to come from a country, it doesn't recognize that. Yeah, listen, they know this, though. They know this because if you listen to their discourse, there's people that have a motive in mind of we're not getting into it. That people understand that they're not marrying other people of their same religion. That they're using prostitutes, or what they call prostitutes. Interesting. I live near HV Country Club. What's your opinion on the bill that's being worked on in Congress to only allow people, natural born citizens, to be in Congress? I mean, listen. I think on the right and on the left, just absolutely. The problem is when talking about politics in America is you have right wingers and left wingers that are so rabid that they won't talk. Like if the Republicans are doing it, the Democrats are just like, no, it's the worst thing. No, absolutely. There should be age limits. There should be term limits, and it should be Americans, right? Because especially because we bring in lots of migrants, and if you bring in enough migrants, and then you have somebody like that's a billionaire in some other country that can fund your mayoral or gubernatorial campaign, and you have enough people, that are yeah, it just doesn't seem kick ass. It doesn't seem kick ass. Baltimore, where Baltimore? So I lived on Kane Street between Pratt and Lombard, right by Dundalk. What up, Jim? Yo, coach. The city, SpongeBob Sandburgers episode. I always wanted a tattoo, but the stigma tattoos, is that real? Listen, dude, listen. I tell you what, if you want to be rich, get to America and open up a tattoo removal studio. You'll be rich. It'll take you a couple years, but you'll be rich. What wood chipper? Yes, you should wood chipper those groomers. Absolutely. I understand. They understand. I understand, but if it's clarified, that removes their mitigation. I know they understand, but if it's clarified that, oh, well, sure. Well, typically, when having migrants come in, you choose them slowly and they go through citizenship testing and learning the laws of the land before coming in. But in these cases, you have people that don't even that don't read or speak the languages of the countries that they've migrated to. And so they can't be expected to know the laws, and the general, and therein lies the issue. Bill makes say you have to be natural born, naturalized citizen are now allowed to run for Congress and Bill rights. Yeah, I say do it. Tattoo removal is hard as painful. Yes, yeah, supposedly it's worse. Thank you, Dibs. Welcome, brother. Bam. Bam. There you are. Thank you, brother. Welcome to the family, my friend. Welcome to the family. But the no, I'm not lease buying. I'm guessing you meant lesbian. You speak English? Lesbian. So I've never had a tattoo. I've never had tattoo removal, but I've seen a lot of people get tattooed. I've seen a lot of people get tattoos removed. I've seen the same person get a tattoo and get a tattoo removed. And I tell you what, the tattoo removal looks a hell of a lot worse. Every single time that laser pulses, it feels like somebody has a rubber band on your skin and goes dunk, 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 and then just goes down the line. It happens very, 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 very quickly. And you can smell the skin, and it doesn't erase it with one pass. So you have to get it. You have to get multiple. Bananas are lesbians. What up, Cryfish? Buddy get tattoo removed. He had his girlfriend sanded off with 80 grit sandpaper. The screams made his grandpa call the cops. So back in the day, that's what you did. Like in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, that's what people did. They would take belt sanders and sand off the top layer of skin. I guess it's a little bit more than that, so that it would scar over. That's other than having somebody do a cover up for it. I have tattoos, but I won't remove them. They don't bother me. Well, that's good. That's good. But the thing is the internet and influencers caused a lot of very young people, especially a lot of very young people that wanted to just be influencers and stuff on the internet, would go get tattoos, and some of them were lied to and told that they only last 6 to 18 months, and they believed it because they wanted to believe it. And you hear about tattoo removal, and if you were 18 years old in the past couple of years, then you grew up. Anything you even know about tattoos, you also heard about tattoo removal. So now people think, oh, I could just get it removed. Like deleting a file off the hard drive. Lesbian. Probably Lebanese. Oh, maybe he tried it better. Are you Lebanese? Are you against drinking tea or coffee? I'm looking to get a plant. Against it? No, I drink coffee. I drink tea also. Yeah. Yeah, so the house that I left was in Dundalk, but I also lived on Charles, right next door to NPR Baltimore, which was 2223 Howard Street. Yeah, Howard. I lived on Charles. Oh, let me say it was on Charles Street. Charles and Howard. Charles Howard. Let me see. I'll tell you right here. I'll show you. NPR, Baltimore City.
For Baltimore.
WYPR. Yeah. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find the see if we can find it. Okay, sorry, 2216. I lived at 2222. I lived next door to WYPR, NPR in Baltimore. What up, real raw one? Any good news? Not yet. Not any good news. Yeah, not any really bad news either. Did you hear about the tire bill that passed in California? You could burn tires for freaking open two shops, tattoo shop, tattoo removal. Yeah, right next door to each other. When I realized they have no creative skills to be queuing to pay up more for moving again. Win-win. Right. Right next door to each other. Absolutely. Absolutely. Make them right next door to each other. Or put them in the same building. But what I have, they was, but where I have them, they aren't stupid. You know, right. 3 of them. Brandon sounds like a better option. People do that. What up, Dr. Wiener? WPLJ. They're big, mainly people vandalizing and stealing them. Do you think flock cameras? We should have them. We've had flock cameras for a long time. We've had the thing is they got a lot of news because of ICE. The reason, listen, we've had cameras like this, you know, maybe not with to the extent, but we've had these cameras. We've had them all over for a long, since like 2011 with AI. Okay, so but now they could do more, which they could probably always do, by the way. But with the fracture that you have between the Democrats and the Republican and like the anti-icers and the pro-icers, they want them gone because they think it's gonna be easier to find. That's what's caused the big uproar with ICE with this. But there's people that have no idea. They're just following the anti-flock trend. I don't care either way. I don't care. I don't care. I got other stuff to worry about. I'm not worried. I'm not gonna go cut them down. I don't care if somebody goes and cuts them down. I'm not going to, you know, but I got things I gotta do. I got a life to live. But a lot of people are doing it for content. I think they're just gonna get themselves in undue trouble. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But the Lexington Market. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I used to go to Lexington Market. I used to go to Cross Street Market all the time. I used to go to Cross Street Market and drink there like freaking 5 nights a week. Mother's, which was right next to Cross Street Market, like was the place I used to go to all the time. I can't remember the name of the bar right next to the market. Dang, man. I used to drink a lot. Same building's going to be same hand. Right, it's going to be the same hand, right? Wonders if the Farmer's Almanac says anything about this winter. And brother, listen, they used to sell the Farmer's Almanacs at like every like gas station and stuff. They were like $1. You could get them, and people used to follow that stuff. But I think it really, like, when they wanted to tell you what the past was, you know, when they wanted to say, hey, don't read the Farmer's Almanac, we'll tell you what the past was. We'll tell you what it was. We'll tell you about history. We don't want you to look into it just because we change it accidentally. John Goldbonny. Yeah, I got no clouds in the sky, brother. We used to live in Laurel, worked in DC. I worked in DC also. I worked for a company called Breedy, BREDE. I did graphic design and graphic design. Oh my God, I can't remember my second job. Graphic arts and graphic design. So I would do the actual 3D design work, and I would do the actual artwork and digital work for like international auto shows and freaking job fairs and all that kind of whack. Is living alone a mental battle in our head? So for some people, absolutely. For some people, absolutely. Django, Papa Russ said you'd be here. Hey, da 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 da. John Goldbonny, turn it up. Thank you, brother. No, Shiva. Listen, so there's people are different. Some people cannot stand to be alone. Some people prefer it. Some people it drives them crazy. And some people are also addicted to attention. Like they'll do very, very wackadoo things to be noticed. So like being alone, especially in their, but often that's in their head. They'll have people next to them and feel alone. I posted a new California bill in Discord. Okay, take a look at it. Funk, no way. John Goldbody, Mr. Big Boss, real. There we go, brother. You know it, baby. Lonesome Valley. What up, TW? I did graphics, but by hand. Yeah. Um, they were phasing that out when I moved in, doing everything like vinyl cutting. Like we still did some vinyl work and whatnot, but we had like 60-inch wide printers, and so I was digitizing them. I enjoy solitude. Yeah, I was lucky. I was lucky. Like as a youth, I was very popular in high school, not because of my good looks, but I owned a recording studio. So like I like every clique that would hate each other in most high schools, they all ended up liking each other because there was the rappers in the hip hop community, the rappers in the gangster rap community, the heavy metal guys, the rock and roll guys, the punk rock guys, the country guys. They all wanted to record, and so like it ended up. So I ended up getting a whole lot of attention while I was young, and then I was in bands, and then so I don't think it's difficult to get friends. So I'm just like I can build something now. I can spend a couple of years doing something, then find a wife, then find friends, whatever. I don't need them right now. Like I've got friends, I got people I can call and whatnot, but I don't. Yeah, I don't go out and hang out. I stream every day, so I hang out with you guys. Dibs is my alter ego. Dibs is nicer than Funk. Newman David. Hello. I'm doing good, brother Newman. Doing good, brother. Is the OG Poppy Records. Hey, Poppy. Also the holder of 17th Jordan RC Band record. He comes up a lot. Maryland is good high school. I went to Glen Burnie Senior High School. Free fireball, free Big Boss. You could find your people anywhere. Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed growing up in Maryland. I'm going to light up the Discord. Sorry, Rich. But all right, brother. All right, brother. You guys got something to do. Went to prep school in Baltimore. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's see what this is. I'm that Freeman. Okay, let's see. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. All right. It's interesting because China has the most oil reserves. The U.S. I think it's 1.4 billion, and they get it from Russia and Asia. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they get it from Russia and Asia. Now, whether that's just a financial thing, like, hey guys, don't worry about drilling and drilling your own oil wells and whatnot. We'll do that, and maybe I don't know. Were you in Glen Burnie during I don't know what admin is. I don't know what admin is. What's admin? I don't know what admin is. I was in Glen Burnie till 17 years ago. That's when I left, came here. Well, I mean, I still had my folks lived in Glen Burnie. I lived in Baltimore County, Baltimore City. I had a girlfriend in Roland Park. I lived there for a few years. But yeah, what interests the Norwegian politicians is a conceptual visual work and planning department, building architectural model seems to have a new job title. Bull Bucket got a new job title. Poly High. Killian. Jeez. Kill him. All right, let's see. Adnan Saeed, I think it's his name. He made a show about him on a serial. No, it doesn't sound familiar. No. We'll look it up. But hold on, let me see here what we're doing. Let's see what we're doing here. Okay, let's see. All right, California regulators approved new rule limiting what replacement tires you can buy for. Hold on, what? California regulators on Monday approved what new rules will restrict what tires you can buy and when it's time to replace them. Hold on, what? Phase out the sale of replacement tires that don't a certain energy efficiency standard. Ultimately, it's about protecting consumers. I see this sheltering public from a higher cost in the long run. They can't choose what tires they want to buy. Frame for some murder. Oh, we'll look it up right after this, brother. And inside. We'll look it up right after this. The manufacturers, commission staff for odds and what it'll cost add to the cost of living in the state. They'll no longer allow the sale of specific tiles sold in California. The sale of tiles rolling resistance, how much energy is used around the road. First phase will begin in 2029. Allow the tires to it's so freaking crazy. Listen, that's so crazy. Save money for every Californian. That's so nuts, man. Ugh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let me see if we can find Mud Butters. Let's see. What up, Georgie? More of where I stopped the place, throws new, slightly used things away. A dumpster full of right on top of a pair of Jordans. Like, hey, there you go. Got your new Jordans. How you doing, Georgie? California State going to force you to replace your tires. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. All right, let's see. So you're forced to buy, and if the rolling resistance of your tires gets to a certain point, you have to replace them on your car, and you can only buy certain tires. So what this is this is freaking how the mob works. Go figure. So there's buddies of someone in California that makes tires, and basically they're going to be the only tire manufacturer that tires that the state will allow. This will happen. You watch. That they'll end up being. You could only buy these tires because this is the only company that reached 9.71 of rolling resistance. Watch, you watch, you watch. It's just like they did with solar panels and everything, making people buy solar panels that were only available from the people that were importing solar panels who happened to be the buddies. My name is Georgie. It's funny because the type of regulation was written by people who never replaced tire in life. Right, never. And they're not going to do that. They're not going to replace that. They're going to get whatever is the best for them. I'm scrapping the whole science project. I figured out how to use 180 degree. I'm scrapping the whole science project because I figured out how to use 180 degree and turn to make a new project. There you go, brother. There you go. So I'm guessing you're here to say thank you. How to determine rolling resistance is what it was. So they're saying that it's going to save money. Like the engine will have to put out less power to roll the tire one revolution. Yeah, rolling resistance, not distance. All right, send it to me, brother. People have inappropriate tires, carry too much heavier vehicles these days, rolls away at compliant tires, so this breaks disc conditions as well. Yeah, rolling resistance. You're welcome, Alec. Okay, let's see. Haley man, 1999 is a Korean American high school. I'm missing January 13th, Baltimore. Dude, I don't remember this at all, Bud Butters. Amidst an ongoing investigation, Baltimore Police Department and the Cyan was arrested, put on trial for homicide, guilty on all counts. For false imprisonment, robbery, first degree murder, he was sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. I confess and accessory to murder. Podcast serial, the events of Khalid's killing, bringing up renewed attention to Saeed's case. 2016, vacated his conviction order, new trial, but the decision was upheld, ultimately overturned. Following an investigation by prosecutors, uncovered new evidence. Prosecutors announced the charge and has been dropped. However, in 2023, Saeed's conviction was reinstated, although the court stayed effective data for 60 days. Virginia State murder conviction Saeed ordered a new hearing, addressed the merits of his conviction. So he got arrested, sent to prison for life, and then and then it got overturned, then it got returned, and then overturned again. Resentenced him to time served. So now he's out. Wow, I don't even remember anything about that. Wow, and I got a pretty good memory. I'm saying, how do you measure that? You work with your buddy that owns a tire manufacturing company, and you say, hey, we'll just use our scientists to determine rolling resistance, and you will pass. So we'll make everybody in the state have to buy tires from your company. And then you'll give me a kickback when I get out of office. That's probably what's happening. Last dealer I dealt with was selling $800 Michelin tires for $3,000. Did you know Joyce and Jimmy from the Cross Street Market? No, I can't say that I do. Joyce and Jimmy. Joyce and Jimmy. The only Jimmy I remember from Cross Street Market was the guy who sold oysters and fish and used to sell those buckets of beer in like the quart containers the oysters would come in. But I don't know. I don't think I know Joyce, or if it's the same Jimmy. Interesting. Man. That's crazy stuff. That's crazy stuff. I tell you what. I tell you what. Let's see. All right. All right. There you go. All right. Let's see what we got going on. Do you like city? Do you like in the city or sticks? Sticks. I grew up in town in the suburbs, but like 15 minutes from Baltimore City to the north of me, and to the south of me 15 minutes was Annapolis. So pretty big cities to the north and south. I spent a lot of time in both, and then I lived in the city for a bunch of years before I moved down to here. And then I live in the sticks, and the city's closing in around me, but I absolutely prefer the sticks now. But I'm 49, right? So if I was a kid in a band like I was back then, then everything I wanted to get to and the people that I wanted to know and the network that I wanted to grow was city people. Right now, I got no interest in that. But yeah, so you got to go after what's the best for you at the time, and like now, safety is more important to me. So I have no interest in the violence of Baltimore or Atlanta. Also, tires have roll resistance. Like I don't care about fuel efficiency, how fast I can drive my jacked up 80-inch size with money. Right. I've never owned or wore a pair of George sneakers till today, and I'll tell you what, I like them. There you go, Georgie. I meant, do you live in this? I live in the sticks. Yeah, I live in the sticks. Usually, cars come with OEM tires, and they'll just force you to use those no aftermarket tires, replace them and charge them. Well, apparently, it looks like they're going to force you to change them, tell you when to change them. They better feel good. Some Jordans are really uncomfortable, and others are really nice. There you go. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of different types of Jordans. Right. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Charges drop. All right. Wave paradox. Plus size manager. Go off on white liberals. Uh-oh. With his kids. Ice agent get targeted. Danger, blast furnaces, living nightmares, secret science. Picot. Let's see what we can find here. Hold on. Watershed moment, Nobel Prize. I tested the SAT, 1985 SAT. They're not the same test. Expensive qualia. Coal miners. Blue Ridge Echo TV. 34 minutes of extreme volcano eruptions. Moderna stock plunges 25%, wiping out 18 billion. Wow. Wow. So after what just happened, finding out, hey, it was a lab leak, like that, I don't know if you guys follow that stuff, but Fauci's main top advisor just pleaded guilty to hiding the fact that that COVID was a lab leak, was a lab made virus, and apparently Moderna's stock just dropped a quarter. No, 25%. So not 25 cents, 25%. They lost $18 billion. Wow. I lived in central London all my life, everywhere in Denmark is like living in the sticks, even in the cities. Nice. Yeah, the older you get, right? Absolutely, I agree. What's the best walking shoes for seniors with neuropathy? So vitamin B12 is what I take or until my neuropathy went away. Particularly a sublingual version of vitamin B12. Here, let's help Big Daddy Rod here for a second. you go. All right, so check this out. So vitamin B12 deficiency neuropathy is nerve damage caused by a lack of vitamin B12. It happens when B12 helps build myelin. That's the insulation on nerve fibers. The protective shield around your nerves. Without it, your nerves break down. Symptoms include numbness, tingling pins and needles on the hands, feet, and balance problems. So if talk to your doctor about checking your B12 levels and bringing your B12 levels up, brother. Glen Burnie's Anne Arundel County. Yeah, Anne Arundel. Shoes for older people. We want to look into clouds on shoes. So I use these big ass shoes here. I don't even know the brand. Kuru. And I got freaking like an inch of insole in there. And they're oops. Looks like we just got dropped for a second. Yeah, like an inch of insoles in there. My son went to PSU. Maybe he can get some good. Yeah, I saw that. Pennsylvania State University's freaking Coke bus. I know it's complete garbage, but this morning I went to Jack in the Box to order the Philly cheesesteak burger with curly fries, Coke. $5. Wow. Tight leather saddles, Grumpy. But Big Daddy Rod, if you haven't looked into your vitamin and mineral deficiency test, if you haven't had a vitamin mineral deficiency test, doctors won't give it to you at all unless you bring it up, and it can be the cause for a lot of stuff. Most things, especially like how they say the older you get, the less vitamins and minerals you absorb from your food. So like my folks are in their 70s and they're not on any pharmaceuticals at all anymore. They were on all kinds of shit. My aunt also was on all kinds of shit. She's off of everything now. My parents are off of everything. The only thing that they take their supplements. They make sure that their vitamin and mineral levels are where they need be, especially vitamin D, vitamin B12. The B vitamins are super freaking important. Overall, like and D works like a steroid to help the body, help it sleep. Like a lot of people that have sleep issues and stuff, it's usually a vitamin deficiency or can be tied back to a vitamin deficiency. Yeah, it's very important. Are you that dude that freestyle raps stand-up comedy? That's not me, brother. That's not me. Damn, could you go White Rider rapping after? Yeah, they biggins. Heard another earthquake. Time Peru 6.7. Earthquake, Peru. Yep, 6.7. Holy crap. Jeez. So soon it's going to be 4,500%. Yeah, absolutely. Do you think this new California Tower van is going to limit other things people cannot buy? Yes, absolutely. They always do this. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile in everything. Absolutely. They're just taking. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. 14 miles from Peru. All right, let's see. Let's see what we can find. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Hit the wrong button.
Quite a bit. He's feeling strong quite a bit.
Let's go out of state.
Trauma, pause, trauma.
Trauma. Man, you don't want to be at the base of those when them rocks coming down. I mean, regards can't buy other things than what tire brands means. I'm limited to certain tires, like for example, not put normal tires and let the truck. So I guess, well, I mean, from what it said they'll tell you what tires you can put on which car and when. It's what it looked like to me, at least. When I will live better than when live will be better than day in third world nations. When? Absolutely. when the governments of those third world nations start using more of the money that they use for their vast wealth on the people, start setting up solar installations. The Middle East and everything should be the countries using solar and wind, not America, not Germany. We know how to make our power. So creating power like that, so then places in more distant areas can have at least huge amounts of power for large parts of the day, and then they can start to create even things like they can start to create services and in order to sell outside products and services outside of those countries to bring in more. There's plenty of wealth to go around, but you have to give power. And when I say power to the people, it doesn't mean political power. It means actual energy, power to the people so they can create things that they want to create or can create. Yep, buckets and Natty Bo. Yep, absolutely. I remember that all day long. Man. Natty Bo, National Bohemian. I thought we were going to see things fall down and whatnot. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the biggest problem. If you study your history, but not go back to about 1850 and watch places come up, you see what typically happens is you start with a dam, and then the dam turns turbines and creates power, and then everything can build out from there as factories and stuff can be set up. Well, you don't have a lot of huge rivers going through a lot of the populated areas of the Middle East. So you need to use what you have, the sun. And why the desert isn't covered in solar panels, it makes zero sense unless you're into the whole carbon dioxide destroying the world type thing. It makes no sense to cover farmland in America or other green countries with solar panels when you could take all those solar panels and get more power from them out in the Middle East and whatnot. And then that could do a lot more for them. And then you could grow food here and ship that into the Middle East. And the power that you get from the Middle East from those solar panels and wind turbines could make the products. So you could trade products for food and then be like, hey, maybe we got to get over our issues with the Americans or our issues with the Germans, our issues with whatever, and we can help each other out. That's what needs to be worked out. But yeah, and then it can step up quick. I understand they're controlling what tires now. It's have to buy certain tires and when to buy a custom exhaust or lift. Oh yeah, listen, yeah, this is what they're starting with. Then it's going to be, well, you're keeping the homeless awake with the exhaust you're using. So now you got to buy Jimmy's exhaust. He's the only one that actually has a nanogram of copper in the tailpipe, which copper has been proven to blah 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 blah. And they'll just give you some bullshit so their buddies that make exhaust pipes will be able to buy that. Right? They're desert shift solar panels, not our farmland. Yes, dessert. Just desserts. Yes, right, exactly. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't know if our politicians, like our world's politicians, are this stupid, or if this is malicious, or if it's it doesn't make any sense. Why would you not cover that area that no one's living in but living near with all of those solar panels so they can have unbelievable amounts of power? And then because you're not growing food in the desert, like mass amounts of foods. You don't have farms like in dirt and sand. So cover those with the solar panels and then grow the food somewhere that instead of covering it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, it makes sense to a politician, I guess. As preteen, there was an earthquake. It was on the news nonstop. Only a matter of time for the San Andreas fault wiped out Los Angeles for 45 years. Yeah. We talked about that the other day. Yeah, right. And it was even in Superman in the 1980s that Lex Luthor was going to shoot nuclear bombs into the San Andreas Fault and break California off from the United States. So it was part of the zeitgeist. Like that was what's supposed to happen, and we're just waiting for it. But people kept buying and maybe enough people bought land in California that it anchored it to the ground and stopped it. Leadership of third world countries who works our countries, but they don't work. It's like man who opens a shop. Right, because there's enough of the undercast or class that will work on the oil rigs, pull the oil out of the ground and sell it to the first world. And that's all they need to keep themselves unbelievably wealthy. But yeah, you could absolutely, like, why not set up solar panel fields to set up solar panel manufacturing to sell to your neighbor countries? So if one country in the Middle East would blanket huge swaths with solar panels that could run the factories to manufacture solar panels, then they could say, hey, Oman, hey, freaking Jordan, or not Jordan necessarily, because they've got some greenie, but whatever, Saudi Arabia, freaking whatever, do this. Look what we did. Well, we have all this power, 8 hours a day-ish, right? So that we can, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense why they're not doing that. They just think that the oil is going to last forever, and maybe it will. Who knows? Maybe it will. It looks like the Russians believe that oil is replacing itself. They believe that if you dig down another like half mile, you're going to find these areas of like, I can't remember the term that they used, but where oil is actually produced. Like apparently it's not really dead dinosaurs. Today I was served papers that I'm not 1,000 feet from a certain person. If I tell completely unbelievable, can't believe a person lies. Yeah. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Listen, people like that don't want anybody to know how bad of a person they are. So when people say, why are you doing this? Oh, it's not my fault. It's Georgie's fault. Well, you should get a restraining order against Georgie. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, yeah, don't hang out with people that do drugs. I'm saying because I'm limited to certain tires now, I'm physically able to buy custom exhaust. It won't physically fit. Oh, right. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. I hate seeing the farms being bought out. It's very sad. Yeah. Yep, happened to big time. There was an earthquake when I was in Desert Hot Springs. Unfortunately, I slept through it, so it's still on my bucket list to survive, to be awake. That's what your bucket list be awake through an earthquake, to be conscious through an earthquake. Yeah. I don't understand why they don't do that. It pisses me off so much. It pisses me off so much that you see the desert and you're like, what would be the best thing to do with the desert? Use solar panels, use wind farms. And it's just like, it's so unbelievably stupid. But you have to understand from the wealthy point of view, United States, USA over 40 trillion in debt. USA is still paying off old debt. Good luck to the next president. Brother, I don't know, John. Listen, it looks like a lot of very, very big things are about to happen. I think that debt's going to go away pretty quickly. China's having a really hard time now. And it looks like if China can't get oil from Iran, they need it from America. I think there's going to be a deal with the Chinese government to write off a lot of the American debt that they're holding in order for X number of gallons or barrels of oil for the next X number of years. It looks like, and Xi Jinping is coming to America, I think, next month. That's odd that he's coming to America, but their stock market's in the shitter. And it looks like also Japan, the number one holder of American debt, is asking America to buy yen. So it looks like that they need help from America too, and they own American debt. So I don't know. I don't. We'll see. But also Alberta. If Alberta, the XL pipeline is now back on. So America / Alberta / Venezuela is now going to be the oil hub of the world for probably the next 100 years. America, its oil system will be richer than Dubai and all that in October. So, like, things can change very quick. We think $40 trillion, like, man, I got $2,000 in credit card debt, but $40 trillion ain't nothing to them. And the thing is, the people that it's not people that hold the debt, it's countries that hold the debt. And the debt they hold is US dollars, which is a reserve currency. So now that they're in trouble, they're saying, excuse me, big brother America, can you help us out? And because they don't want US dollars, they want their currency. And the debt that they hold is in US dollars. So their currency, and that's the only way they're really going to get it. That's going to be their bargaining chip is the debt they hold against America. I think big deals are going to be made like that, and we're going to see something very different. If Alberta secedes this October from Canada, and whether they become sovereign or they become a United States territory or state, regardless, they're going to be doing primary oil business with America. And that's going to change everything. One of the big reasons we're in the debt that we're in is how we've mismanaged our oil wealth. And now that's all changing. Now it could change again in 2 years when there's a new president. We don't know. I mean, if it might go back to being a Democrat and them saying, "Hey, no, okay, the world's going bad," but the world heating up can be counteracted on a personal level with air conditioning and shade. If you go to the areas that are heating up very big, like the Middle East, and you build huge, sprawling shade tarps built out of solar panels, then they could use that solar during the hottest parts of the day to air condition the people that need it. And you could do that in mass and then grow the food in the areas where we have solar panels in America, and the world could be an overall better place. And I would like to think that's where we're heading, especially with looking at the numbers and not listening to the media. I started taking L-theanine. I don't really notice a whole lot doing. I don't really notice a whole lot of it doing stuff. Combined with my extended release of melatonin, I stay asleep the whole night and not halfway through it. Sleep the whole night. Okay. You haven't noticed anything off the L-theanine? I don't really notice a whole lot of it doing anything. Okay, combine. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. But so the important thing about, I mean, if you're just doing it for sleep and you're sleeping fine, then great, kick ass. I mean, I do it just to make sure that I've got those amino acids and vitamins in me. But I do magnesium glycinate, GABA, L-theanine. Like making sure that you have your potassium levels are like up there, because most people in the world are potassium insufficient or deficient. But you need, right? The thing is, if one of the biggest issues in the human body is if you don't have the proper amounts of potassium and sodium, like if people say they have high sodium, so they stop eating sodium. Which you can also, instead of stop eating salt, you can take more potassium, because that's the problem, is the potassium and the sodium get out of whack. It's not necessarily that the salt's high, it's that the salt's higher than the potassium. Are we going to annex Alberta like Hussein annexed Kuwait? It looks like it. It looks like it. They were supposed to get 125,000 signatures to separate from Canada. They got 350,000 signatures. So now it's up. It goes up for vote in October 16th. I'm a liberal Republican voter as of this year. Yeah. So I'll be voting Republican this year. Or, well, yeah, this year. I'll be leaving Georgia before the midterms. So I don't know how long I got to be in Florida or before I can register to vote. I think it's 60 days, so I probably won't be voting for the midterms. L-theanine on its own, I don't really feel a lot. It makes it that I stay asleep the entire night. So yeah. So James, do what you feel is best for you. I would not take melatonin. And actually, there's a compound that I take, Sleep and Restore, and it's melatonin free. You want your body making the melatonin, L-theanine, B12, magnesium, making sure you have magnesium, will help your body make melatonin when it needs it. So if you're happy with that, fine, but you don't want to break how your body makes melatonin by putting melatonin. Typically, they say take melatonin for 5 days, then stop. But some people don't look into it at all, and they just think they can take it for 10 years. What do you think about the high-quality cocoa and the marrow release of the stem cells repair the body? So it's part of my daily routine. I take 100% cocoa every day in my morning coffee. I take my morning supplement coffee is coffee, 100% cocoa, creatine, collagen, and then sugar to sweeten it up. As long as we get their oil and beef. Yeah. Mount Dora. Howard Stern, welcome to What's All Wackadoo anyway. I understand that most stick right. So listen, brother. Good night. Absolutely. Yes. It's like 6 hours from here. It's right by the I can't remember the name of the place. Yeah, Mount Dora, Eustis. There's like a pretty famous town around there. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, it's up northish. But yeah, I tell you what, listen, if you're a lot of sleep cycle problems can go. No. Oh, here. Not St. Augustine. Let me see. No. It's not. It's it's called the damn it, the Meadows, the Mount Dora, Florida.
Mount Dora is a historic lakeside city in Florida, about 30 miles northwest of Orlando. Known for its antique shops and festivals,
why did Hector cross
it's part
the
of the
road?
Orlando metro
Because
area
he finally
and
made it
often
over
called
the
the
water.
Festival City. Attractions include the historic downtown, Lake Dora, and the Lakeside Inn.
Okay, so there's Mount Dora. All right, Howie Mansion, Seminole, Winter Garden, Winter Park. What's it called that I was looking for? Ocala. Yeah. Damn, I can't remember the name of it. Well, I guess that's not really considered north. I mean, here's the border right here, so it's right there. Would you try growing cocoa if you? Yeah. Oh, absolutely, I would. Abso-freaking-lutely. Listen, I've got one of the things on my bucket list, Jim. I want to try. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be able to grow cocoa. I don't think I will, but I want to grow my own tobacco plant. One plant. I want to harvest the leaves. I want to hand roll a cigar, and I want to smoke it myself. Once I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke cigars, but I want to experience an actual cigar, like why they became popular the world round. And before we started making cigarettes and all the chemicals that we would spray on the tobacco in order to keep the bugs and pests away, and that stuff that got also turned into cigarettes, and then the tobacco even in cigars. I think this is why very rich people smoke Cuban cigars. I think it's primarily so they get bug spray free tobacco. not that the cigars are that much better because they're just grown. Maybe they are. We'll see. But I want to grow my own. Tyson Foods laid off 700, put 2,500 on notice in a meat processing plant. Do you take any non-nutrient supplements like when you go the vitamin odyssey like garlic? No. So turmeric. So I take something called Curamed, which is curcumin, which is the active compound in turmeric. So it's like eating like one pill is like eating like a half pound of turmeric, and it helps. It's got pepperine in it also. Actually, these have pepperine in it also, which helps things absorb across the gut wall faster. Yeah, brother. It's a good question. So I mean, here, let's find out. Let's find out. Tobacco seeds. Yeah, you can get them. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. You can get them all over the place. Smoking a cigar, like taking one bite out of an apple each day until the apple is rotten. I don't get it. Smoking a cigar is like taking one bite out of an apple each day until the apple's rotten. I don't know. You can get ones that grow relatively small leaves that have like really high nicotine content. I want to grow like what were we growing in America in like the mid to late 1700s? I roll joy. I'm sure you do. You got blunts. Speaking of tobacco, remember the Simpsons nuclear fusion? Yeah, tomato, tobacco. Yeah, restraining orders are just long distance relationships. Virginia Gold. So it seems like those heirloom Hopi, Kentucky 17. Just American. Yeah. So I'll do my research. The spliff cigar. Pepper. Right. Yeah. So pepper helps your. So the stuff that I take is called Curamed, and it's curcumin and a compound like that. So in a lot of turmeric anti-inflammatory compounds or mixtures, they have turmeric and black pepper. So it's pepperine. Black pepper helps things absorb. Some things absorb. So the one that I take doesn't use black pepper. It uses another compound like black pepper. And turmeric. It's called Curamed. I'll show you. I meant the flavor, the start of the cigar is like a sweet taste. Oh. Yeah, no, that makes sense. This is it right here. Tobacco Daddy is like a grandma quote. Ralph. Tastes like grandma. Yeah, these are pretty expensive. Yeah, like $40. But they last like a year. I mean, you're not gonna take them every day. I mean, whenever you have little acre pain or whatever. Yeah, so I don't take these things daily. It's like this. I use this instead of like Advil or Tylenol. I don't take that shit at all. Yeah, this one's asking me questions. Tastes like grandma. Listen, when I get this, when I'm done, there's a whole bunch of stuff I want to do. I want to contact. I want to do voiceovers again, but I want to do it for independence. I don't want to do it for the freaking industry or anything. I just want to find people that are like that want to do it. Like, yeah, absolutely. I think it's great. Best supplement out there is Cytidal. It's not a good idea. Yeah, so basically, this is the most important thing. If you're eating any of those other ones you're talking about, what you're ultimately trying to do is there's things in your body that you're missing. That's why you can't make those things, right? So that's why you would take other compounds. There's something else. The way that I think about the body, the way I think about health is it's two things. Either there's something in you that shouldn't be, or there's something that's in you. Hold on. There's something in you that shouldn't be, or something that's not in you that should be. So you're either deficient in something or you have an illness of some sort. Richard, can you do the baby impression? What do you mean? Got a good idea. Hard size, Brit. It's a killer supplement. Yeah, it's true. So if I'm missing those things because I'm not making them, so I should eat lots of hair because my body isn't making enough hair. No. Like if you're depressed, if you're anxious, if you can't sleep, then and if you don't have an illness like a bacterial infection, a virus or whatever, parasitic infection, then there's you're missing something. You either don't have enough of the vitamins and minerals that the body uses to make those compounds like melatonin, serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, noradrenaline, well, which is basically norepinephrine. So you're not giving it what it needs, the building blocks of what it needs to make that. Now, some people may ultimately have something where their body can't make those things, but that's atypical. That's not very, doesn't really happen. Bam! Da, 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 da. I got talent. Yeah, boy. We're going to take over the world. Yeah, I try. I spent a lot of time practicing. Yeah. So when I was chasing the whole ADHD thing, taking antidepressants, then taking, like, I was on Paxil and Prozac and all that in my 20s. Yeah, I tried taking SAMe, and then it was like, but ultimately, what is the point? Why are we taking those things? What is it that is supposed to do? Well, you need serotonin. Okay. So instead of taking SSRIs or things like SAMe, why not just try to help the body make more serotonin? What does the body need to make serotonin? Well, it needs proper amounts of B vitamins. It needs magnesium, potassium, and sodium, right? So it's like, okay, how about we start there rather than saying, let's start using SSRIs or SAMe or anything like that. Now, I think the way that was used in nature before, if you were in an era, like a winter area, a winter, where the SAMe, the SAMe, which comes from St. John's wort, I believe, you're not eating because the ground's pretty much frozen over. You're not getting a lot of sunlight because it's winter. And so, like, to help perk you up through those short periods, you have herbs and stuff like that that'll help, because the body back before there was a Walmart, your body, you couldn't go to the store and buy the compounds, the B vitamins, the D vitamin, the vitamin D3 and whatnot. So you would have these other compounds that would get you through those short periods until you could get back to, but we don't eat the whole animal anymore and stuff. Most people don't. What's that vitamin K thing? Vitamin K2, MK7. So vitamin K2 comes in two primary forms, MK4 and MK7. Vitamin K2, particularly MK7, removes calcium from the bloodstream and soft tissues and moves it into the teeth and bones. So a lot of things like in the like plaque on the teeth, plaque in the arteries, plaque in the brain is typically hydroxyapatite. That's the plaque. That's the stuff that makes teeth. And well, why is it in the bloodstream? Why is it in the arteries? Well, so people say it's from too much calcium, which would in turn say too much vitamin D. Is it that? Or is it too little K2? So the more calcium you eat, the more D3 you get, the more sunlight you get, the more calcium is going to move out of your intestines into your bloodstream. But you need vitamin K2 to move it out of the bloodstream and move it where it's supposed to go, the teeth and the bones. Vitamin K2. Here, look, go to my website, Bob, 110thgrade.com. Yes, both. 110thgrade.com. All right. And first of all, you can get yourself a hat, wackadoo hat, and or you get yourself a shirt, wackadoo shirt, and then you go down here and you can find the K2 MK7, the methylfolate, and then you got B12 down here. Yeah, that's what I take. Thoughts on Alpha Brain? I've never taught. I've never. It's the same type of thing that I usually think about. I haven't looked at Alpha Brain. I don't know. I've heard about it, but I haven't looked into it at all. It's the same type of thing. You either give your body what you need, or you take those compounds. Like if you haven't tried giving your body 100% of the daily vitamins and minerals for a couple of months, then maybe you don't need it. Now maybe you do. Now maybe you do. Maybe your body doesn't work well. Maybe you're obese. Maybe whatever, you know. So, but that's I'm quite happy, and I just added more potassium in, and now like I don't even really get exhausted in the sunlight. I mean, I almost feel like I should get out of the sunlight. I'm gonna be knocked out for an hour after this, and then I get out of the sunlight, and I'm like, oh, I guess I can go back into the sunlight. I'm not tired. I'm not. So it just seems like it was like exhaustion was just a freaking electrolyte imbalance and lack of the vitamins and minerals. Thought these were 3 forms, third form being smokable. Okay, yeah, don't do that. I really thought taking 1,000 milligrams a day seems like a lot. That's a 5,000 micrograms a day. Now, 1,000 milligrams is 1 gram. You're supposed to take potassium. You're supposed to get 3 grams, 3,600 milligrams a day, every day. On your website, could get ourselves a red pipe mic? No. Nah. Unfortunately not. But you can get yourself a wackadoo shirt. Or a wackadoo hat. $17. I think it's $16.99. $15.99. There you go. There you go. Get you one. Help a brother out. All right. Let's see what we're doing. Let's see what we're looking at. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's see what's going on the internet. Let's see what's going on the internet. Why are some people mosquito magnets? Disparity. Texas man eats from an illegal food truck. Uh-oh. Virtual firefighters. One drop of this poison could kill the whole world. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I posted a Discord. Okay. Let's see. Mosquito. You said mosquitoes love you, Roscoe? All right, let's see. Let's see what $124. Let's see what's in it. All right, velvet bean, lion's mane, cognizant. I don't know what that. Cytidine, serenade, L-theanine, caffeine, lutein, Zaxasthin. Yeah. Well, so this is one of those things. This is one of those things. A lot of different types of mushrooms, compounds, and like that. The first thing before you spend $124 on a bottle of something like this, the first thing you have to do is make sure that you have the proper amount of vitamins and minerals in the body to get to baseline, to say, okay, this is how a healthy me feels. Okay, now can I take over the world? Do I need some help with aging? And then, then I can look into things like this. But I'm not, as of right now, I'm not interested. I'm still tuning my body to get to like I said, I just started adding in just a couple of days ago, more potassium and a specific type of potassium. And it made a big difference. Now, I'm quite happy with where things are going that way. Might not last. Maybe it'll be a couple more months and then I'll just be like, ugh. Maybe I'll buy some freaking Alpha Brain, but I just don't have a need for it right now. I can't. It seems like it's the same thing over and over again. You've got a population of vitamin and mineral deficient people, and giving things like this, like what's ultimately in them? What do they ultimately do? Do they feed some of the B vitamin gut bacteria to create more B vitamins? And I think ultimately that's what we find. We give the gut bacteria foods and they make vitamins and whatnot. So ultimately boil everything down. I mean, maybe there is other compounds that will do other things. Like I know nicotine does, but like that's what you'd have to see. And that's what I would do before I took it. I would look at all of the ingredients individually and say, ultimately, on a chemical level, what does it do? Oh, okay, well, it feeds this bacteria that makes this B vitamin or whatever. You're my favorite viewer, Georgie. I was camping yesterday. I got tore up by them mosquitoes. I posted out other versions. This is a regular version. Okay. All right. Where's the there we go. There we go. All right, so L-tyrosine, L-theanine, okay, L-theanine straw extract, okay. So there you go. There's some more. So it's basically vitamin B6, right? So most people are B vitamin deficient. Most people are vitamin D3 deficient. Most people. So you're getting 588% your daily vitamin B6. So that's probably the primary thing that you're going to feel. Okay. But L-tyrosine and L-theanine, that's also part of the things that are required to express to help the body make neurotransmitters. Okay. The focus blend. Okay. Alpha glyphosate extra. Okay, I'd have to look in. You say I'd have to look into what they do, but it seems like that's primarily what it is it's food for the enzymes in your gut, foods for the bacteria in your gut that ultimately end up making these B vitamins. And this also, so there's interesting gut bacteria in your gut that some eat B vitamins and make other B vitamins. So they get together in parties. They have these colonies where you'll have one that'll make B1 and one will make B3. It'll eat some of this one's B1 and it'll make some B3. And then this one will eat some of the B3 and feed it. If another one make another B. But if they start to get out of whack, and you don't feed it what it needs normally to make those. And I think ultimately what these are doing is giving your gut bacteria what it would like to make those B vitamins in particular. Now, I guarantee they do other things, but I just say primarily pre-workout, a good way to get B vitamins. Yeah, I would imagine the best type of pre-workout is going to be creatine, B vitamins, especially 12, niacin, B6. Yeah, B6. Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. I find a good poop in the morning makes for a great day. And a lot of people don't understand how important that is. If you're not pooping regularly, like that can very well be a low potassium thing. And it's shit. You don't want it in you longer than it has to be. Right? It's a big freaking hunk of toxins and wackadoo. Right? So it's like, but what do you need for muscle? Oh, potassium. I think for pre-workout, you absolutely need some potassium. So that helps muscles contract and relax. And that's what you want is contracting muscles when you're lifting weights. So, right, absolutely. Why is the day better when you have a big poop in the morning? Because you're getting rid of all those toxins that don't stay in you all day, especially if you've been eating wackadoo foods that can damage the or wash away the gut mucosal lining. Then the toxins from that turd is just seeping back into your bloodstream all day. LCLT. I don't even know what it is. LCLT. LCLT. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I didn't know it came together in a compound like that. But yeah, L-carnitine and L-tartrate. I used to take a lot of amino acids. The L's are all amino acids. Yeah, tartaric acid. But I've never taken that compound LCLT before, but I've taken L-carnitine and L-tartrate. Yeah, absolutely. I've taken them separately. Okay, so decreasing metabolic stress. All right. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. All right. All right. Decrease metabolic stress and muscle tissue. Okay, let's see what we can find here. Okay, so then you look at this, all right? What mineral? Magnesium does the same thing. Helps decrease markers of metabolic stress and muscle tissue absorption after high intensity exercise by regulating energy metabolism, reducing inflammatory cytokines like the IL-6, supporting muscle relaxation. So this is the thing. What are they doing in the body? Like when you take these things, ultimately on a chemical level, what is it doing? So yeah, can you take that? Yeah. And what'll it do? It'll probably help your body use magnesium, or it'll I also shit a lot when I eat fiber 1 bars. What up, Robert? What's up, my brethren? Newton says I'm a man of motion, and Einstein says I'm a man of speed. Then a scientist called says I'm Shakespeare. Some predicts deserts, earthquakes, and volcanoes. Okay, brother. Yeah. So this is the interesting stuff like that. All these things are products, expensive products, but we know how the body works. So what are these things doing in the body? Now, you're probably not taking magnesium. You're probably not taking potassium. And then you'll take LTLC, and then it'll make the body use the magnesium you have in it looks like it does basically the same thing that magnesium does. So does it have like does that? Well, let's see if LCLT, let's see if it has magnesium in it. It'd be interesting if it did. I guess that's all it has in it then. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's all it has in it. Interesting. And I'm great. I'm Great Cornholio. The great. I used to be able to do those voices. I am. I can't do it anymore. I have to hear it again too. All right, let's see. Legal. All right, let's see. Plus size banner. 6 feet wide gape. You also have to laugh every other word. Yep. Woman arrested. Uh-oh. What we got going on here?
Good evening. We begin with that breaking news tonight. The FBI
Does
announcing
humanity
the
like
arrest of a
museum?
35-year-old woman.
Does humanity like museum or reality in Western civilization, or zombies third world countries like Africa? Does humanity is humanity like a museum or reality in Western civilization, or zombies like third world countries like Africa? So you get a little bit of each, brother. You get a little bit of each.
And they say had converted to Islam, expressed support for terrorism online, and then developed a plan of her own to blow up the New York State Capitol building. These photos, the authorities say, show the woman surveilling the Capitol and then shopping for shrapnel and other bomb material at Home Depot before planning to deliver the explosive in a DoorDash bag. CBS's Meg Oliver has details.
Tonight, 35-year-old Jessica Bowie of Albany, New York, is behind bars after authorities say they stopped her plans to blow up the New York State Capitol building. They allege she was seen on surveillance cameras at least 5 times taking pictures.
You say it wasn't me.
Discussing her plans with an FBI source.
She said, quote,
face fast PBJ all the time smoking a cigar.
Possible.
Yeah, those were the good old days, brother. Those were the good old days.
Kill the senators while they're meeting.
Today, law enforcement say Bowie was radicalized online by ISIS and that the plot was deeply disturbing.
Miss Bowie's alleged plot was serious, it was dangerous, and thanks to the partnerships on the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, it was foiled.
The investigation began a month ago, according to the criminal complaint. She was seen on camera at an upstate New York Home Depot, allegedly buying materials for an explosive device. They say that she planned to deliver to the Capitol in a DoorDash bag. It is unclear if she acted alone.
Today's announcement will have a chilling effect on anyone in this country who is being radicalized or considering acts of violence, and on our enemies whose governments support death to America.
New York Senator Chuck Schumer said the incident underscores why the country can't let its guard down.
But open the borders.
And they stopped her in her tracks so she could do no damage.
Bowie allegedly planned to leave the country after the attack, with plans to return and target Times Square in New York on New Year's Eve and the White House. She faces up to 20 years in prison if convicted. Her attorney, Tony, had no comment.
Meg, thank you very much.
Yeah, good idea. I was talking about world records, disappointed them. At least now I can see the joke records, like who's competing with making a sandwich. Yeah, no. I mean, what do you see anymore? Yeah, like the world's fattest man. But then, yeah, it's all lawsuit stuff. Like people that will like end up in the hospital with heart issues, be like, I was trying to win the world's fattest man. So now, you know, like there's other things that you can't do anymore. Like I think they don't give out a Guinness World Record anymore for who could smoke the most cigarettes at the same time. Like there used to be one. Like people would try to beat each other. Who could fit the most cigarettes in their mouth at the same time? Guinness World Records number of cigarettes smoked.
Guinness World Records doesn't officially track records for the most cigarettes
anymore
smoked because of health risks.
Right.
However, there have been some historical stunts and viral claims related to this.
1996 smokes 800 cigarettes in 6 minutes. Guinness World Records banned similar gluttony and extreme consumption trials because they promote self-harm and nicotine poisoning. Right. So they used to, until they started having issues. They you're going to get sued for this type of stuff. Because imagine training. How many cigarettes are you going to buy and how many cigarettes you're going to smoke training for the world record? Yeah. Here you go. There you go.
And we're going to be breaking a record today. I'm glad to see we've got such a good turnout. Today we're going to bring in Mr. Jim Mouth. Now he's going to be breaking the record for the most cigarettes smoked at one time. Now he currently holds the record for 153 cigarettes, all at the same time. Now Mr. Mouth, a non-smoker by the way, is going to be breaking the record. He's going to try and show us the
non-smoker, by the way.
The
good old days, right? You remember?
Ugly and hazardous habit smoking can be. And ugly, you say? Well, when you see this guy cram 154 lit cigarettes in his mouth, you'll know what I mean by ugly.
Jeez. There we go. You gotta be kidding me. All right, we get it. We get it. Yeah, Mr. Mouth is my hero. Yeah, that's absolutely freaking crazy. Right. I guess you could, it's all we could do. Yeah, that's what they did. They pulled out a blowtorch and light all those things. I understand, but some wrestling fattest man, fastest car has some scientific use for what there's like cigarettes in your mouth. Right. Yeah. But like, I don't know. Like fattest man. I can understand fastest car, and they still do that. That just got the fastest car just got broken the other day. So they still do that. But not like fattest man. Let's see what Guinness Book of World Records. Let's just see. What does Guinness Book of World Records cover? Fastest car. We watched it on stream. Let's see. Okay, so it says human achievement and extremes of the natural world. Okay, human body and achievements, tallest, shortest, physical feats, endurance and medical milestones, natural world, weather, mountains, deepest oceans, fastest vehicles, space exploration, internet milestones, engineering structure. So they still do it. They used to have sword swallowing too. They banned it. Dude, there was a guy who sneezed while he was swallowing a sword and cut his insides open and died. Like I mean, it wasn't the sword wasn't sharp, but when you the heaviest onions, business and money. Okay, let's see. Now I forgot what it was. The fastest car. Land speed record.
The Guinness World Records book.
Yeah. No. Oh, hold on. No, that's the land speed record. That's the land speed record, right? This is the fastest car. No, they just beat it the other day. We watched it on stream. The Chevy Corvette C8 ZR1X 0 to 60 in 1.8 seconds. World's fastest EV. Yeah, I can't watch it. I can't watch it. Stiff board on but road is dangerous. Anyone watch Resistance shows? They're popular. Yeah. I used to watch that. Chris Angel and who was the guy that would like freeze himself in a block of ice and like stay underwater for like an hour? What was his name? But Chris Angel was very popular too. But his was all basically fake. I mean, they're all fake, but you know what I mean. Well, actually, what's his name? The guy that was like frozen in a block of ice, David Blaine. Yeah, he does like actual stuff. But Chris Angel was like walking on water and stuff like that. But they had like plastic cubes, and him flying through the air. They had a crane that they painted out. The audience that was there were all hired. So what we saw on TV, we thought the people that were there live watching it were like, unbelievable. But it was all acting. It was all acted out. I mean, I'm sure he's done some wackadoo stuff. Yeah, Dave, like Chris Angel was one also. Absolutely. David Blaine held his breath for something like 16 minutes. Yeah. And did you ever see the interview with him where they tried to fit a device down his throat that would give him more air, and they had to like knock him out to do it, and it like could have damaged his throat and whatnot, so he decides to train. My record is 90 seconds. Mac Rivera is faster than the Corvette. Well, let's see it anyway. Here's 308 miles.
At the high-speed oval in Papenburg, Germany, the car reached a blistering 308.4 miles per hour. Officially measured at 496.22 kilometers per hour. This attempt was completed on September 14th, 2025, with professional driver Mark Bassing behind the wheel, and the figure has now been confirmed publicly. What makes this achievement so impressive is the engineering that went into the U9 Extreme. The car is built on BYD's advanced 1,200 volt platform, paired with 4 independent electric
I was about to
motors
say.
that together
Some
deliver
says
close
earthquake
to
will happen in Japan
3,000
and just have
horsepower.
roads of gases.
The
Movements
Blade
found in
battery,
California, last South
using
America will happen
lithium
an
iron
hour, flooding
phosphate
right now,
chemistry,
1 hour left.
is specially designed for high discharge rates, which allowed the car to maintain maximum output during the run. Control at those speeds is just as important as raw power.
Of course
The
it's
U9
important.
Extreme was fitted with semi-slick tires developed with Giddy Tire. Known as the Giddy Sport eGTR2 Pro, these tires were specifically engineered to handle the extreme stresses of a 300-mile-per-hour run. They featured a knurled interface between rim and tire, along with a high-viscosity compound to prevent slip under violent loads. Reports suggest they ran a 325/35 R20 setup at all 4 corners, providing both grip and stability. This was paired with BYD's Desus X active suspension system, tuned to keep the car planted through the Papenburg Oval's banked sections. Production of the U9 Extreme will be limited to around 30 units, underscoring its role as both a technology showcase
Supercar.
and a halo model for BYD's luxury Yangwang brand.
Yeah.
Beyond the headline number, the run signals how far electric vehicle development has come.
Yeah,
High-voltage
but
systems,
you're
motor
getting a
control,
quarter mile
and advanced
out
tire
of it.
technology are coming together.
It ain't like
to
you're
push
gonna. It ain't
beyond
like
what
you're gonna be able to go 300 miles an hour and then drive to the gas station. No, you're gonna go 300 miles an hour and then you're gonna have to be towed to the next charging station.
was once thought achievable. The BYD Yangwang U9 Extreme is not just about being the fastest. It is proof that the future of high-performance cars will be defined as much by software, electric architecture, and smart engineering partnerships as by brute horsepower. This is a glimpse of where hypercars are heading, and it shows China's growing dominance in
Fastest
pushing
Cognac
those
Jesco,
boundaries.
330.
Do
Yeah,
not forget
330
to
is definitely
like,
fast. Yeah.
subscribe, and hit the
All
note.
right, let's go back here. Boom, boom. So here's the list. Okay, so the Koenigsegg, it said, did 310. The Bugatti did 304. And the SSC Tutara did 295. So wait a second. The Koenigsegg was faster. Oh, that's the fastest EV car. But not little native mama. Thank you. I adore you too. Thank you very much, little native mama. All right, let's see. V8 W16. Absolute. Oh, I spelled fastest car wrong. All right, let's see. List is wrong. I looked it up multiple times. Koenigsegg Jessica actually does 330. High performance, road legal, blah, 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 blah. Horsepower, torque, transmission, drag coefficient, optimization, 190 miles per hour. Well, let's just see what it says. Is it the absolute? Is that what you're talking about? Top speed. Yeah, 330. There you go. Maybe it couldn't do it on on that same track, like in one lap. Maybe, I don't know. I wonder what the absolute limit for piston-driven four-wheeled automobiles will be. See, the problem with piston-driven is that you have the variability and the offsets, because the inline six is a balanced motor, right? But you don't have that, like with V's, you have a warble or a wobble, because they're it's shaking. They're not, so, like, but I mean, I guess we'll see. Remember, dearly brother, reality, national behavior, gas emissions theory began during this time. Okay, I'll remember it, Azari. Yeah, Top Fuel. Yeah, those are amazing too. Those are absolutely amazing. It says the 330 is based on computer simulation, gear ratios, and a low drag, but it doesn't say they did it. It's calculated to be 330. And that's a twin turbo 5.0. What's your understanding of quantum mechanics? I just saw him the first time. I'm pretty advanced when it comes to quantum mechanics. I've got pretty advanced knowledge of quantum mechanics. Wouldn't a NASCAR be faster? So the problem with NASCAR is they're built to go around turns. The top speeds, I believe, are actually limited. I believe at 210. So would it be possible not using NASCAR rules and a NASCAR? Nah, probably not, because the wind would rip off the shells. The shells are flimsy and thin for lightweight. So it probably wouldn't. That top fuel rebuilds the engine after each run. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Now maybe like, let's see. World's fastest V8.
The
Okay.
Koenigsegg Agera RS holds the record for the fastest V8 production car, reaching 277.9 miles per hour. Other very fast cars include the Hennessy
Okay,
Venom
so
GT
that's
and the Speed Demon, which is
production
the
car.
fastest non-jet wheeled land vehicle, reaching 462.345 miles per hour.
Okay. Could you explain quantum mechanics in a few sentences, Joe? So ultimately, quantum mechanics are what happens at a very, 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 very small quantum level. How particles and waves and the duality between the two act at those very small levels. So when you break down an atom, which is called the building block of matter, you have the three primary. You have electron, you have neutron, and you have positron or proton. Sorry, and then when you break them down, you have gluons, which are the glue that hold the bosons together, and you also have quarks. The quarks and the gluons that hold the quarks together. How those things act with each other, the fields that are created, and how those very small particles or I don't even know if they're considered a particle. I guess they're considered a particle. How they act in fields and how they act towards each other. So there's a lot. There's expansive research and a lot of theory in quantum mechanics. This is why you also have a lot of experiments still being done, like Large Hadron Collider and RIC. But ultimately, quantum mechanics is what is happening at the smallest level of the building blocks of matter. Richard is generally very smart. I don't know. Thank you, my friend Robert. Thank you. Yeah, and so this is a production car, so you can buy one now. I just asked for fastest V8. Maybe non-production would be non-production. My stock Chevy Silverado was the fastest car. James just blew by me on the Beltway. The Speed Demon Streamliner, 480 at the Bonneville Salt Flats. Meth fuel, so methanol. Wait a second. Okay, that's a different one. One other did 415, but that was twin supercharged. Okay, twin supercharged. Oh, it says engines, plural. So did it have two engines that were both supercharged? My Honda van gets up there. Thank you, Quillo, brother. Thank you, my friend. Hennessy Venom. Hennessy Venom did 430. All right, let's look up the Streamliner. So there's two Streamliners. There's a Birkeland and the Speed Demon. Let's look up the Speed Demon. I want to know when it was. Let's see. Yeah, gasoline isn't high enough octane. No. Yeah. It doesn't combust fast enough. You would be into the next stroke, or you would be after your power stroke. the gas would still be burning when your exhaust valve opened up, and you would still be pushing burnt fuel out of the exhaust system and not using the power. So you want something that's denser, that that explodes faster, slower than. And listen, they tried to make gunpowder engines back in like the at like 1800s. They tried to make like late 1800s. I think it was early 1900s. They tried to make gunpowder engines, but they couldn't feed the gunpowder relatively fast enough into it. They were using basically gravity feed back then. But yeah, so you want it to be able to combust fast enough, but completely enough. So the ultimate thing you could do is extend the stroke, so the bore and the stroke of the piston of the cylinder, and you want it so the energy that's being produced, it just starts to expend itself at the bottom of that stroke. But gasoline doesn't pop fast enough. Running rich. Running rich. See what I did there? I get you. All right, let's see here. All right, Speed Demon Streetliner, fastest piston engine. All right, let me see if I can find a video here. All right, let's see where this is. That's all right. I love dad jokes. So this is in 2020 during the COVID days. How often do guys go out there and run stuff? Got a diesel pushing them. Non-aviation piston engine, four-wheeled automobiles. Dude, that's all manual. All right, so this is it right here. I don't think I have. World's fastest Indian motorcycle. It's an old freaking Shelby. Twin turbochargers, two turbo. Look how small those back tires are. You would usually see a big old slicks, big old rick wall. Everybody's wearing bright white out there. It looked like a gremlin, yeah. Look at this freaking thing. Helicopter chased it. Oh, I wanted to see the actual... Okay, so this was the one, but I wanted to see. Broke it. Let's see here. Gee whiz,
George,
yeah, dude.
This is truly an honor. I got to tell you, you're a hard guy to catch up with because you're so fast.
I wonder what sort of alloy they use.
Yeah.
I mean, I would suspect they're using thicker walled aircraft aluminum, but I'm guessing the tube frames they're using are going to be thicker. I seriously doubt they're using steel. It looks aluminum to me. It might be stainless. I seriously doubt it, though. It's probably aluminum.
Land speed cars. They go so incredibly fast with you behind the wheel.
Well, nobody's ever driven either one of the cars I've got. I'm the only one who's ever driven them. And part of that is the economics of it. I have to spend the money, so I'm going to have the fun.
Right, yeah, the economics
I
of
wouldn't
it.
pass that up either.
Yeah.
But this is the Speed Demon or the Speed Demon 2, or what? Which car is this?
This is the original flat fire car.
Oh.
It ran a flathead in it, which that body is in Speedway's museum now.
Oh, right.
He set a 300 record with it as fast as flathead for years. But we rebodied this car in something like 2000 and put this fiberglass body on it, and it's an old car. When I crashed it, they decertified it.
Steel be too heavy. Yeah,
So when
I
you
would imagine.
crashed it, how fast were you going?
Aluminum,
370.
titanium, possibly.
That's got to be terrifying.
I would wonder, possibly. Yeah, what's going on, AZ? Hopefully he says something about it.
Well, it really wasn't. I mean, I'm after it's over with, I know I could be hurt, but it really wasn't that traumatic event. You know, I got out of it and walked to the ambulance, and I was back out on the saw the next day.
So, I mean, what's it like to go at the speeds you go? I mean,
438 miles an hour was the top speed.
425, it's kind of fun, and then after you go around 450, you know, you realize how quickly something can happen to you and how bad it can happen. But you're really not thinking about the speed. You're thinking about your job to drive, you know, how to shift and watching your gauges and how to stay between the mile markers and
how to stay between the mile markers
when you stop.
Rich is talking engines, he does.
You know, let it coast, cut the engine off, get it out of gear, you know, dump all the water out of the intercooler. You have quite a few things to do when you're trying to stop and you're coasting to a stop. So, you know, we've got about 3 miles to coast to a stop.
And I bet it takes all of that.
And there's no brakes.
You're a busy man.
Very little brakes, probably.
Well, you're trying to save your engine, and you don't want it coasting for 3 miles with it in gear and the engine not running.
No,
you know,
no.
Chugging on your clutch and your drive stain. So you've got quite a few things to do when you're trying to stop. More really than you do when you're trying to start.
You know, I never even thought of that. Yeah. So, how fast have you gone in this?
This car, I went 462 with a 300 cubic inch motor.
That.
I used to ride a CBR 1000.
So fast.
What was the one under that? The CBR 660, 680. The 6. I've driven both. I've driven a CBR 600 and the 1000, and I drove a Ducati 1100. That was that bike almost killed me. I was 6'4", 138 pounds. And I was going so fast up to 295 from Glen Burnie to Baltimore. It's like, you know, as soon as you come around that curve coming off, it's just straight shot. And the wind was pushing against my chest so hard that it pulled my throttle hand into just locked up. And so I was just going forward, and I couldn't let go of the throttle because it would have just thrown me off the bike, the amount of wind pressure that was against my chest. So I had to actually like muscle the throttle forward to slow myself down. Yeah, the Ducati was definitely nice. Yeah, I downgraded to a Kawasaki Versys 1100 LT, the 600R. There you go. Yeah, the Ducati was very, very nice. That dude, yeah, the dude. The guy's name was Perry Farrell. Sounds like Perry Farrell from Jane's Addiction. Do you remember him from Baltimore by any chance? Any Baltimore guys? They're making needle-shaped cars. This was a land speed record. Salt flat, Bonneville salt flat.
462 miles. I mean, that's airplane. That's jet airplane speed.
Yeah.
What's up, Mr. George? James Addiction.
I got upside down in it, and I was upside down.
It's not the same guy, but he had the same type of name.
Literally,
Perry Farrell, not Perry Farrell.
It was upside
Ferrell.
It landed on his roof.
Yeah, James.
So
yeah, you almost had it. You almost had it.
Back over to get you out, right?
Well, it ended up on its side. It wasn't upside down, it was on the side, and I was laying in it. And I took the steering wheel off and undid the seat belts and fell down on the left side and crawled out of it.
How long have you been doing this?
I've been racing out there for about 30 years.
Really?
But, driving this fast, we've been going over 400. I set the first 400 record out there around 2007.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a special place, isn't it?
300 cubic edge engine. There's 7-second bikes. You got to lean into it. Yeah. I didn't know that at the time. I had no idea what I was doing. I got to Baltimore and back in 15 minutes. 15 miles up and back in 15 minutes. The lighter bikes are too much at my end. Yeah. I'm not interested. Yeah. I like living. I got things I got to do.
There is shrinking the salt. You know, we used to have 22 miles out there in the 40s and 50s. And when I started racing, we could get 13-mile course. And last year we had 5 good miles and 3 decent miles to stop.
And that was it, huh?
After that, it's just horrible. You run out of salt and it gets muddy.
Yeah.
It's just a muddy lake bed underneath the salt.
Well, you can bury a car in that stuff, can't you?
You can bury a car.
That's not good. That cannot be good.
No.
So you're a winner in 09, 10, 11, 12, 13.
And 14, 15, 17, 18,
You just ran out of place to paint, right? you need to you need to extend the
other
nose.
car. We crashed this car in 15 when we were going. And, I won the hot rod trophy out there.
Jeez.
The hot rod
engine
trophy.
torque.
They
I
give this
ride
trophy
1100cc
to you
now, but
for
it's
the
upright and
fastest
heavier
car
top
out
side one for
there,
you.
Speedway.
Yeah. So that's right. Torque, not freaking straight RPMs down the freaking belt. Is it chain or belt? I'm guessing you're running a belt these days, I would imagine. But yeah, like it's I mean, maybe I don't know what's going on, like what year you're talking about, but
yeah.
And they just engrave your name on it. They don't give you the trophy, they just engrave your name on it. So they started, Hot Rod Magazine started that thing in 1948.
Well, your name's been on it so many times they might actually end up just giving it to you eventually. Hey, it must be yours. Your name's on it umpteen times.
10 times.
10 times. There you go.
We've owned it.
Changed
for 10
still.
years
Okay.
Wow, that's amazing. So can we open the cockpit and see what she looks like?
All right, I want to hear about the alloys.
So what's this material?
It's plexiglass.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to heat it and bend it. That's one of the biggest issues in building this car.
Is it really?
I had 2 of these made when I had the thing done for it. The new car, we redesigned the front end on it.
Just
when
a
I crashed,
string
the
holding
first
it.
thing that flew off of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing that kind of protects you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the new canopy goes up like an airplane.
I see. There's not much there. It's just kind
Well,
of.
you got 2 parachutes. You got shifters on the steering wheel. You got your instrument clusters up there. You got fire extinguishers that spray on you if you're on fire. And the red panels, parachute.
It's a
It
2022.
does look all business.
Yeah.
It's definitely all business.
You're strapped in there real tight. You know, you got a Hans device on you. Your only head can go forward about 2 inches, and side to side you've got less than 2 inches that your head moves.
Is it a rough ride? I mean, are you being beat around in
it
there?
It depends on the course. You
Yeah,
know.
sure, that's true.
Go out there some years, it's a rough ride. In 21, it was just as smooth as an interstate highway.
No kidding. At 400 some odd miles an hour.
Mother Nature does it, and we don't know why.
Check out the score. Okay.
This past year, before it rained, it was a little rough, and I wasn't excited about driving on it.
Did it smooth out after the rain?
Water goes away, but the salt's still real wet.
Oh, yeah.
Funny thing about it is it'll be, 115 degrees out there, and you go out there early in the morning, the salt's still wet.
It's
and
so
you don't
weird.
get as good a traction as you do. Your
Man.
best times to run in the morning for the air that you have and altitude that you're running at is 7 o'clock in the morning, but
Sleep, okay.
we've gotten more
I'm brand
speed
new
out of the
Discord.
car
How should I get
afternoon
started?
about 4 o'clock when
Really?
it's hot. And the salt is-
It's pretty easy. like once you get in, like if you join my Discord server, okay, oops, that's the wrong one. There you go. Okay, so like my Discord server, you come in and you've got the topics on the left. All right, like whatever. Okay, community down here. So the lobby, which is just general talk, whatever, and then you have different topics: mechanics talk, health, fail around, which is another channel I'm working on. Recesses for like fart jokes and memes and stuff. Recipes, pets, games, movies, greenhouse. So you just choose the topic that you want to talk about. Electronics, click on it, and then it opens up a window. It opens up the thing right next to it, and then you have as far as you want to scroll back in history, the conversations that we had on that topic. It's all right. It's all right. It's pretty dang easy. All you got to do is choose the topic you want to talk about. If you don't know what topic and you just want to bring something up general, just go to the lobby, the fail lobby, and then you could just whatever. And then if we start talking about, we can move it somewhere else. Yeah, he's got one. He's here. He's here. He's in. He's in. He's in. I forgot what I was doing now. Okay. All right, we'll watch that after this. We'll check out those two things.
Dryer.
Oh yeah.
I want to hear about how it's made.
Get better traction with it.
George, what are you running? Because it's a piston powered car still.
Well, it's a standard 350 Chevrolet block, just like it's in a Chevrolet pickup.
Really?
And it's dart heads.
Yeah.
And Hogan intake we have to make for it. And it's electronic fuel injection. We don't have the coil packs on this. This is just for display, but you have an individual coil for each cylinder instead of a distributor on it. You don't have a distributor. We're on
pack
coil
on every
pack.
cylinder, right?
We buy the aluminum heads from Dart, and you have to have the crank built for whatever cubic inches you want to run. And then you have a cam built for how much fuel and everything you want to run in it and what cubic inches you're running.
And then you're running 2 turbos?
We're on this car, we ran twin precision 88 millimeter turbos. We ran this little engine about 35 pounds of boost.
Wow.
Jeez. I made an account, and I'm not sure how to find this stuff without a YouTube video. Oh, that's all right, brother.
Valve
You've blown a
cover
few.
gaskets,
You've blown a
oil
few.
pan gaskets.
On the Discord, you'll see down the left-hand side the topics. And there's a search in there. And like, if you want to talk politics, there's the politics. If you want to talk freaking engines and stuff, there's the mechanics talk. If you want to talk freaking whatever. And whatever. If you just want to talk, you can go into the lobby and just whatever you want to talk about. And then if it ends up being, a big conversation about politics, we'll just move it to politics at a later time or whatever. So you can just basically do whatever you want. I think Facebook groups or Discord page. Each grades as a group. So efficient somewhere. Yeah. 35 pounds of booster street name, John.
We blow stuff above. The new car, we didn't make any square tanks. They're all round because they're stronger. You can't blow them up. But, we've blown the top of the intake off. We've split the water tank. If you burn a piston, you burn a hole in a piston and you keep running, the compression that's supposed to be going out the exhaust is going down in the engine.
Oh.
So it's going to try to come out somewhere.
Yeah.
And it can come out the fuel tank, not the fuel tank, but the oil tank, the water tank, the valve covers.
It's going to go somewhere.
It wants out.
It ain't going to stay there.
It don't want to go out the exhaust pipe.
What can you get out of a 350, horsepower-wise?
We run about 2,200 horsepower out of this 300 cubic inch engine.
Jeez.
What's the fuel?
Gator National's 50,000 horsepower exploded at one time.
The big block we run about 3,500 horsepower with 55 pounds of boost.
Just 55
we blow stuff out of here.
55 pounds of boost.
And then back to the tail, she's, does it taper off?
We're here to help, Dibs, brother. I couldn't see Dale Earnhardt Sr. doing this if he was live. What's up, Steve?
Well, the Streamliner class, you have to have the rear wheels covered.
I see.
The tail and the design of it is designed for stability, the air to go across it and over it, and downforce. When you build a car like this, you need to find the center of gravity.
Yeah.
And then the center of the pressure on it. when you're going down the course, you want the center of the pressure that's coming down over all this car to be right here in the middle of it.
Is that right?
So you know,
Because you want pressure on all four tires. I believe we would have abandoned NASCAR. I believe it's just trash now.
Rear end is the biggest problem.
No problem, brother.
With traction, we don't have much problem with lift up here.
What? How many wheels does it have?
We run billet aluminum wheels on the back.
Yeah, imagine.
And just steel wheels.
Senior was a
on the
mean
front.
bastard, possibly the best out of
No, you got to run two. The two fronts are like this.
Oh, no kidding.
Well, if you have one to go flat on you, the car don't lay down on you.
But
they're offset and they steer like that.
Separate axles.
They're 21-inch wheel.
A 21-inch wheel? Where's it?
Yeah,
right there. Yeah.
Bumper. That's a wheel.
I'm
that's
astounded.
See that little
quarter-inch
right?
steel plate in there, so if you blow a tire out, I don't have to eat the rubber.
It doesn't taste that good anyway. It doesn't taste that good at all. Wow. Well, so you're gonna.
I want to know what they're using for the alloy. I guess Dale Earnhardt, wife at the time he died, his gravesite behind his house. She won't let the family and his son see his grave.
Well,
really?
George, this has just been amazing. You're just an amazing.
All right, let's see here. All right, let's see. That's crazy. That's crazy to hear, Stevie. There you go. So this is what you're driving now, Dibs? You said 1,100? 1,100? These are all 650s, it says. There you go. There you go. That's 1,000. Okay, Dale isn't buried at his home. That's bullshit. Let's see. I figured he'd be buried. Let's see. Dale Earnhardt burial.
Dale Earnhardt Sr. was buried in a private family ceremony in February 2001 after his death. The location of his gravesite is kept confidential to protect his privacy and prevent any public disruption.
Wow. The exact remains private through historical reports, family contacts support private-only family-owned property rather than a public cemetery. Massive public televised memorial held the following day at Calvary Church, drawing over 5,000 mourners. Unlike Dale Sr., Dale Earnhardt and his mother are buried at Public Center Grove. Okay. Most Roosers think the burial site private was choice to keep his memory away from the public eye. Interesting. Wow. 1,000 LT. There's an SELT. Grand Tour. There you go. There you go. Uh, 20. He's still alive. He's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive. Love that bike. NASCAR has freaking Toyota Camry cars now. It's stupid stuff, really America. Yeah. I talk about NASCAR Junior as a podcast now. I'll have to give him a call. He's 2 years older than me. All right, what were we looking up? I forgot. Oh, okay, we were gonna look up the wackadoo here. Let's see. You said something to the Discord. All right, let's move this up here. All right, let's see. So I thought.
Your donation to our campaign is more critical now.
You've got to be kidding me. Asking for money. I hate when these millionaire politicians ask people for more money. Dirty Mo Podcast is currently camping New Hampshire Motor Speedway this weekend, New Hampshire.
Than ever before. So we need you to rush your matching donation right now to help fuel this campaign. Chip in $5 right now, and the city turns it into $35.
How's she doing that? Democrats passed a law that lets California candidates use tax dollars to match campaign donations.
Nice.
So if you're a Republican, your tax dollars get funneled to Democrat campaigns. What a bunch of snakes. Now, it could be worse. Your money could be going to free sex bungalows for a homeless harem.
I'd like to propose that Los Angeles consider a pilot program for free hygienic sexual relief clinics, primarily serving the homeless and unhoused. This means equality. It means private sexual relief through masturbation or, where appropriate and consensual.
All right. Enough of that. It just seems like everything's a joke now. Yeah. I mean, and listen, what's happened is the cartels absolutely have a hold on California. You're allowed to do as much drugs as you can buy on the streets, not worried about getting that. The drug dealers don't get arrested. The drug users don't get arrested. So however the users are getting money, who's getting that money? It's the cartels. It's the cartels that are bringing the drugs in. It's the cartels that are bringing the trafficking in, the prostitution in, for not the local prostitution, not just the people that are there prostituting themselves, but the ones that are trafficked. So that's even more money. And how are these people funded? Yeah, dude. Why do the tax dollars say? Yeah, well, apparently, listen, I've said this before. What they do is they take something out of nature and then they sell it back to you. So things that were typically like urination, rain, masturbation, everything now they will find a way to get money out of the government's pockets into some NGO or whatever, like taxing rainfall. At whatever the size roof you have, and rain that hits your roof, you can be taxed for that. You're not allowed to collect your own rainfall in places in California. Like, that's what I do. Yeah, my bad. Unfreaking believable. Unbelievable. Like maybe I'm too old. Like, I just don't get it. Like I don't listen. I have it, dude. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Maybe I'm asexual. I don't know. I don't get turned on that easy. I'm not walking down the street and be like, oh man, where's the sex relief clinic at? I don't care that much. Like, I got things to do. And people that just talk about it all day, every day. I'm like, don't you have anything else to do? It's like you, like it used to be people were on drugs, so you help them get to Narcotics Anonymous. People are alcoholics, so you help them get to Alcoholics Anonymous. And now it's, well, you've got to be able to get safe alcohol. You've got to be able to get safe drugs and safe needles and safe crack pipes and safe meth pipes and this and that. Okay. What's the next step? Just keep it like that until the money's gone? I don't understand what the end game is. It just seems like it's a free for all. I don't get it anymore. I don't understand it. I've lived in Redding, California for a few years. Good things. Oh, Californians aren't like the people in SoCal. Well, they're running the place, it seems like. Yeah. Listen, I worked in the movie industry for a bunch of years, and most of the people that I know still in the industry, like in the upper areas of the industry, they're not even interested in doing business in that's why I'm in Georgia now. So the movie industry was rotting in California for decades, and so it went to Maryland, and then Maryland did the same thing that California did. Well, Maryland invited them from California because they raised the taxes for creators, movie producers in California. And then so they pretty much went to Maryland. And then a new mayor, a governor came into Maryland and said, "Oh, no, we're gonna freaking tax you to hell now too." So they were like, "Okay," and they came to Georgia. So now they're in Georgia, and then now Texas has got a big, huge. Like we got hundreds of freaking of studios here in Georgia. Like I could go any direction within 15 minutes, and I can be on a large studio plot. And like it just like doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like why would you throw that away? It's just like, and what you're doing with it, like why? It's not like pooping. It's not like I need a sex relief clinic, like or I'm gonna shit myself or piss myself. Like, and you know that people have sexual addictions and problems. You're just feeding into that. Like, who else is going to need these clinics? $700 trillion. I will lie about it. Rich, you know, you work in film and TV. I'm a stagehand, a lot of grip work too. I was not anymore. I left January 2025 to do this full time. So I've been building this. So I was a prop maker. And my brother's a grip, best boy, does stuff like that too. Also, he's still in the industry. I still have my union card, but. Oh, so crazy. It's just unbelievable. It's just listen, like I feel like I screwed up somewhere in life and ended up dead, and I'm in like purgatory on the side of the train facing hell. In the Union, yeah, I'm in 479 down here. IATSE 479. And most of 77s here too from LA. They're here like when and they get LA rates when they're here, so they get to live for super cheap and get paid a hell of a lot more money. Yeah, and it looks like Warner Brothers and Paramount are about to leave California too. Local 8. Amazon drone delivery fail caught on camera. Let's say
An Amazon customer in Texas got a surprise with her first drone delivery. Her package landed in the hot tub next to a pool. Lindsay Austin says she ran outside to record her first Amazon drone delivery, but watched as the watched as the drone hovered over her pool and dropped the package right into the water. The mishap comes as Amazon is making a big splash, pun intended, into drone delivery, with plans to expand Prime Air to nearly 500 cities and towns by the end of this year. Amazon says millions of items under 5 pounds can be delivered by drone, sometimes in as little as 30 minutes. As for Austin, she says she doesn't think she'll be asking for another drone delivery unless it's those chlorine tablets for her pool.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Be able to get stuff quick. Verizon. Oh, you know what I should probably do here? Let's see. Boom, boom. Oh, hit the wrong button. Here, sing. Bam, 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 bam. Let's see if this works. There we go. See if that works. All right. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we're doing here. 2 rough landings at Chicago O'Hare. Multiple planes blow tires.
This morning, 2 rough landings at Chicago's O'Hare Airport,
hey, no problem,
raising
brother.
safety concerns.
No problem. Anytime. Here every day. All right.
An American Airlines flight arriving from New York blowing 2 tires after landing. Fire trucks rushing to the disabled plane.
No injuries, and no one's panicking.
Passengers, thankfully uninjured, bus to the terminal. Then, just 2 hours later, another scare. A United Airlines flight with over 120 passengers blew 2 of its tires on landing as well.
Just had another tire issue with an aircraft downfield.
The pilot immediately asking about the possibility of fire.
Do we see any kind of smoke or hotness or anything? Any indications there of a potential fire? Negative at this time.
Again, thankfully, no injuries reported.
Jeez.
What's interesting
Peace
here is
out,
that we
brother.
had, of course, 2 different
Here in
flights
Austin,
on
Texas.
the same day at the same airport.
More actors are coming here. Austin bring us to be concrete. No, yeah. I agree. Austin's going to be huge. Also, whether you like it or not. I tell you what, like, had I had $100,000 in 2020, I'd have bought land in around Austin and probably done very well with it by 2030.
Blowing tires. Blown tires are not that unusual, especially when you consider how many flight operations there are, but it certainly is startling.
These incidents come less than a week after a United jet was forced to abort takeoff, slamming on its brakes after 2 main landing gear tires blew out.
We saw lots of chunks of tire going down the runway.
Passengers here forced to deplane on the runway.
So you immediately think, is it the runway when you hear 2 together?
Yeah,
the landings at Chicago O'Hare's airport were on different runways, and all 3 incidents are being investigated by the FAA.
Glad they're looking into it.
Yeah.
Good to have you back, Sam. Thank you.
You know, it'll be interesting if they find out that somebody is sniping the tires. Wouldn't that be absolutely crazy? If there's somebody out there with a freaking sniper rifle sniping the tires as they land, trying to make things like that happen. I mean, that seems pretty odd that happens so consistently. Okay, let's see. Beaver dams. All right, what am I missing here? U.S. Berkeley parents greeted by homelessness encampment as they drop off their kids. What up, Tony? What up, Space Cow? Please. But Dad, I want to go to Berkeley. Yeah, I'm sure you did, brother. I'm sure you did. You missed the news. Maybe you want to move to California. Burned out car? No. What's going on here? Jeez. Unbelievable. 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 Man. The world is getting crazy. 10 more miles to go. The forbidden alloy of World War II. Let's see what this is.
This was one of the first devices in the world to make use of a new wonder material. Like too often, it's a weapon. Its casing made from a new magnesium alloy developed in Germany.
Right. Dropping your young daughter off, a young son off, saying, hey, don't get involved with any of these people, kids. Do good in school so you don't end up out here. And everybody's like, what do you mean? I graduated from here.
In 1908, dubbed electron. Magnesium in its pure form is a tremendously light, shiny metal that rapidly corrodes. It isn't particularly strong, and when ignited, it is incredibly hard to put out. This highly reactive material burns so hot and aggressively that all 3 of these fire extinguishers can actually make fires worse. Incredibly attractive as a fuel source in a bomb, but not as a structural casing. The Germans had formulated this alloy to address those problems. It was 9% by weight aluminium. They didn't fully understand why this made magnesium so much stronger, but this made the magnesium strong enough to be used in lightweight structural parts in planes and Zeppelins of World War I. This made magnesium the lightest structural material in the world and has allowed it to thrive today, being used in lightweight parts like this electric motor casing for the Corvette E-Ray. We dive deeper into the exact material science that made magnesium a new wonder material in the full-length video on the Real Engineering YouTube channel.
Nice. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh man, it's only 9 o'clock. How Korean brass plates are made from 100-year-old what? No one sees this. Underwater dams. It's underwater since World War II. Let's see. Just long enough. Like what I have for give me next one. Oops. All right, my bad. Let's see. Going crazy. Gotten life. Quartz.
This
almost 2
is the one critical material the U.S. has a monopoly on.
Brother, I'll see you there on the in 7 days. You know where Eustis is? Or Mount Dora? Tony, you know where Mount Dora is? How far are you from there?
Found in exactly one place on the Earth's surface, stop the ultra-pure form of this from flowing, and the world would slip backwards in time 25 years, which is why you don't hear much about it, why the secrecy around it, how it's made, how to use it are guarded like state secrets. To make 1 million iPhones, you need 250 pounds of it. Not a nice to have. No, we'll figure something else out if we can't find it. Like Saudi Arabia's oil, China's rare earths. This is America's ace in the hole.
Northwest of I don't have it on there. Where's it at? Dang it. Where was it? Oh, man. Or it's northwest of Orlando. Pensacola. Get useless and Eustace. Do you remember Eustace from that cartoon? Coward, something the Cowardly Dog. What was his name? Something the Cowardly Dog. And the husband's name was Eustace. Let's see. Distance from Pensacola to Mount Dora. Oh, it's 6 hours. 6 hours difference. Yeah, you're way out west. Yeah, that's where this is where Mount Dora is between Daytona and Kissimmee. Yeah, you're way out there, brother.
Quartz. This video is sponsored by Zapier. More on them later. This is sand. This is sand. This is also sand. This could be sand. Aside from white tropical sand created by fish-eating coral or volcanic sand from worn-down lava, sand is quartz. Take this quartz crystal, crush it up. What comes out is what's in these piles. Zoom into one of the grains of sand in one of these piles, and you would see oxygen atoms sticking themselves to silicon atoms in a pyramid shape. Each pyramid tangled up with its neighbor. The tangle becomes a crystal called silica. Silica being the main...
This dude talks like AI sounds.
Ingredient concrete is quite literally the foundation of our world. Concrete is not overly picky about the quality of its silica. A little bit of iron or magnesium tangled up in the crystal, mix it together with lime, add some water, pour it in a mold, let it cure, and you have concrete. But if you find yourself with pure silica, nothing else along for the ride, You, my friend, have found something exceptionally rare. Expect a knock on your door. Because humans discovered long ago, if you apply enough heat to silica, it'll turn into glass. The more pure the silica, the clearer the glass. Far more recently, we discovered that if you want pure silicon, yes, that's silicon. If you want silicon, pure silica is the first thing you must find. The tank that fired first won 2/3 of the time, making the need to be able to see from inside the tank critical. With a field of view twice as wide as British or U.S. tanks, the lens on German tank sites often let German tank gunners see, target, and fire at enemy tanks before enemy tanks even knew they were there. Made big enough so a range-finding system could be printed onto an inner layer of the lens, Germans used just one sight when attacking. Gunners could sit in one station and look through a lens mounted next to the barrel of the gun. British and U.S. tanks used two. One whole periscope for looking around and spotting enemies, another for aiming the gun at them, forcing the commander to look through one to gauge distance, then yell to the gunner to aim and fire. A one-lens system that helped Germany steamroll through France at the start of the war, and just 6 weeks after crossing the border, found themselves the captors of Paris and the world's prized silica mine, Fontainebleau, just 35 miles south. It was the purest silica the world had ever seen. Less pure silica in the larger, more high-powered the lens, the more distortion there is as you move away from the center of it. Rifle scopes, submarine periscopes, tank sights, bomb sights, radar tubes. Fontainebleau was the single mine the entire British glass industry relied on. Gone. So working at breakneck pace, two inferior silica deposits in the U.S. and the now famous Lochlean in Scotland, which would end up producing silica purer than Fontainebleau, were developed to feed the Allied war machine. Better late than never. By the midpoint of the war, the Allies had managed to catch up to Germany in glass production. But it wasn't until 2 years after the war that the hyper-pure silica that powers
Have you ever seen the setup those kids have? I guess they're 20-year-olds or whatever, where they use like 3D printed turrets, not turrets, like the insides, and they like reload. They're playing here. Let me see if I can find it. They use 2-liter bottles as here. Let me see if I can find it. 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 All right. Tank simulator using 2-liter bottles. Oh, come on. No. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. What? Check this out. Check it. I used to install. And set up flight simulators around schools and areas around here, around Atlanta, for kids to learn. I worked for a flight school in Peachtree City, and part of that, the guy that owned the flight school, this kid that owned the flight school, his father owned another company that I worked for, an IT company, and I'd go around installing so the kids could learn how to fly. This was like, it was like the what they call those schools. They're not public, they're public-ish schools, charter schools, and one of the classes that they could take was learning to fly airplanes. And using this course, they could get, if they did good enough in the course, that was one of the electives they could take, to be a pilot, which is pretty amazing. That you have a school that offers you that, and if you do good enough, and you can do enough of the planes in that piloting program before you graduate, you can get a free ride through Delta and Flight, the school that I worked for, the company that I worked for that did that actually was at the airport. They actually had, this was at a small airport. They had prop planes, Cessnas and stuff that kids would learn on. Yeah, so it's pretty cool that, like, why aren't, and you can do things like this because this is a purple state. They would not do this in a blue state. They absolutely would not. The Democrats and the Republicans are neck and neck for each other. So they're doing things for the people. In blue cities, they just take. But in purple cities and states, they have to play nice. And this is how the entire United States should be. But yeah, you have things like that where these kids, and a lot of these kids are broke too, just like, they're poor kids. and they have the ability to do their math, do their science, do their history, social studies, whatnot, and also take another elective course like soccer or softball or flying a freaking plane. And it's all free. It's all, it's all part of the school system. And if they do well enough, then Delta will put them through flight school, $100,000.
I can smell you.
Thank you, brother Spider-Man fan. All right, let's see. Is this it? Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
World of Tank fans built a real-life tank with a CO2 cannon, and it takes 3 people to operate it. The ammo is...
I gotta mute it. But you see, so it's actually got freaking... They actually have to look through. They got like they got, yeah. This, look at this, and it cracks around. They have to reload. There's, there you go. Pull out, put in, reload. The Aerospace Museum in DC has the retired military combat flight simulators 18 hours for 3 minutes. I seen better days. I've been running many plays. I seen better days. I seen better days.
The entire modern world was discovered. Despite 80 years of scouring the planet, nowhere else on Earth has come close to rivaling what comes out of Spruce Pine, North Carolina.
There you go.
Fontainebleau is 99.7%. Lockeline 99.8%. Spruce Pine is a staggering 99.999% pure silica. It is impossible to make leading-edge semiconductors without the silica pulled out of spruce pine.
Wow.
Inside your phone, your laptop, weapons, every server and every data center that powers AI are semiconduccors formed on little sections of pure silicon called chips. Because the little...
Right. So why don't the Democrats and Republicans play along and help the freaking people? Help the school system create people that can work for the billionaires. Like, I don't understand what's happened. What, all you have to do is teach the kids right, fix the school system, and then these kids can get very well-paying jobs. There's a pilot shortage. Create more pilots. How many other very high-paying jobs? Like, if you look at how many people we're getting from outside of the country for these very high-paying jobs in these technical fields and whatnot, pilots, doctors, lawyers, freaking IT security, cybersecurity, all coming from other countries. Why don't we start teaching the kids that stuff and finding the handful of kids? There's going to be a handful of kids in each class, each school that's going to have those drives, those talents that you can. I just don't understand why I'm not doing it. I think it's on purpose. I think it's just the cheap labor thing. But even like if these kids don't go to college, which they probably, they could. But why? If you want to be a pilot, why go to college when you can go to flight school for free or very reduced fee right out of high school and start making $200,000 a year by the time you're 21? Yeah, and down where I'm at by Peachtree City, we've got the FAA here. Right. So it's like, why these kids, this is what these kids should be learning. What's in their local area. But they want everybody to go to school for these dumbass courses that don't do anything for their future. They don't do anything for the economy of America. It's the school system wants to create more people that the only thing they can do with their degree is become a teacher, to teach more people in that school system, to grow the school system, to give more student loans out, to get more students to teach, to make more teachers, to sell more student loans. And then it's a pyramid scheme, which eventually is falling down. But we can start doing this in high school, and we can start doing this in what we were doing in the 90s. It's unbelievable, the track path we were on in the 90s. And then after freaking 2001, everything went to hell. I sucked at school, eventually dropped out and became a commercial hard hat driver. Trade I'd never even heard of in school. Right? Why don't we let kids know? How old are you, AZ? If you don't mind me asking. Are you in your 40s yet? Dun, 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 dun. There was, listen, when I went to school, we had wood shop, we had metal shop, Gen X, okay. Yeah, that's what I am, I guess. I guess you could say. Yeah, Gen X, yeah. Yeah. 1977. When was that? Gen X? Yeah, Gen X. Right? Millennial was born around 2000. Gen Z and Gen Alpha's now. Yeah, no, was I before that? What generation am I? I'm not a boomer yet. 1977. What generation? X. There you go.
People born in 1977 are considered part of Generation X, specifically the later part of that group. They are also often seen as Zennials, a group that bridges Generation X and Millennials, experiencing both analog.
The square they're all built on is chipped off a much larger block. It is how that much larger block of silicon is made that makes the quartz at Spruce Pine irreplaceable. Truly irreplaceable. And that is not hyperbole, which I have to say because it's extremely rare to have a hypercritical global industry in the modern world rely on one little piece of land. This irreplaceable land is the choke point that could be used to determine which countries can make advanced chips and which can't. This is why China can't suddenly overtake the U.S. chip industry. Why taking Taiwan does not guarantee China would suddenly be able to make high-end chips.
That's
because
why they want.
If the U.S. stopped providing the quartz from Spruce Pine, Taiwan ceases to operate. Full stop. But where is this connection between quartz and silicon? This ultra-pure quartz, ultra-pure silica, is turned into silicon? Not quite, actually. That is exactly what those who make silicon try to avoid. Pull apart your phone, and inside you'll see where the brain that powers your phone is. Inside of this casing right here is an advanced semiconductor that in a pristine state would look like this. Just 3 millimeters tall, a perfectly polished piece of pure silicon. Etched into it using a process that could be mistaken for magic are billions of tiny pathways, the width of each measured in atoms. We're talking 40, maybe 50 atoms wide for each path.
Bisexual
if a random iron or oxygen atom is baked into the silicon where an attempt to create one of these pathways is made, the pathway will not be made.
Yeah. So I had machine shop. I had metal shop. I had wood shop. I had the first year I started. The year before I started high school was the last year they had driver's ed in high school. They had financial what was it called? They had home economics. They had a finance type class. I can't remember what it was called, but it was basically like you learn how to balance your checkbook, you learn how money works, you learn how fractional reserve banking works, like you learn how the money system and loans and all that shit work. They don't do any of that anymore. They've overwhelmed the schools with needing. They messed up. Do they try and salvage it? Yes, absolutely. We salvage it. We absolutely salvage it. Listen, we're about to go into a very interesting time. People that have too much hate in their minds can't see it. But if you understand, people don't realize how spectacular of a country we are. They see 40 trillion in debt and they think failure. So they think, let's change the government. But that debt doesn't go away, and that the U.S. dollar runs the world, and like the World Bank, the Federal Reserve banks, the world banks they what the world requires we have. This thing that we're doing with oil, with especially what's going on in Alberta, Canada, the oil that's going to be coming down from the XL pipeline at the worst, and at the best, Alberta leaves. They vote to leave Canada on, I think it's October 16th. If they leave Canada, they can either become a sovereign country or they could well, either way, they're going to become best friends with the United States, and they've got the largest oil reserves on Earth. So, we're now going to have the world's oil. If we don't allow Iran to sell oil, especially to China, China needs to get their oil they'll get it from Russia and they'll get it from us. So now Iran's going to need help from the rest of the world. because they won't be allowed to sell their oil. And if that happens, they're going to get new leadership. So the Iranian people will overthrow the Iranian government because they don't have any power to help the people anymore. Then a new government will be installed. Probably the prince of the father, of the guy that ran it before the IRGC came in. So everything is looking better. We can throw solar panels, all the wackadoo solar panels we got all over Europe and the United States can go all over the Middle East to start helping them, because they are going to have a very, very, very hot time period to get through over the next 10 years. So they could use all of that, a lot of solar panels to run air conditioning to keep themselves cool and their population cool through this heat snap. They're not growing anything in these deserts, so why not make power and wind? They've got wind and they've got sun. That's where we should be using. That's where they should be using solar panels and wind and turbines. We should be using nuclear, and that we can help them out doing that. We can grow food where we've got fertile land, and we can help them out with that. They can make power, start production, and it can all go good. It can all go good. They push too much science, math in schools. Too much science and math. Yeah, the science is wrong a lot of the times. A lot of that's just wackadoo. I had driver's ed, high school, 1981. Perhaps bring back civics class too. Yeah. What up, son? Hello. That included basic automobile keep up. Bam! Thank you, Tony. Thank you, brother. Mr. Mondre, thanks to POTUS Balavalley, we aren't welcome overseas anymore. Well, I mean, listen, brother, I think we're going to see a big difference. I think once the Democrats cleanse their ranks, and after this midterm, a lot of the old Democrats are gone. A lot of like the 80-plus-year-old Democrats, 40 years in Congress, are gone. That's going to bring new Democrats into positions of power. And I think we're going to see a big change, depending on what happens with the DSA during these midterms. If they don't continue to take power in a substantial way, and the Democrat goes for a complete schism, which it looks like they're talking about doing, then there'll be 3 parties, possibly 4 to choose from in America, and then they'll all have to compete with each other. That means in order to get our votes, they've actually got to do things for us. And that's going to cause a big issue. That's going to cause a big change. And I think we can have a much brighter future if we get Alberta. It looks like the pipeline, the XL pipeline, is back on. So it looks like we're going to be getting a lot of oil. We're getting 50% of Venezuelan oil. We're going to get a lot of oil from Alberta. We've got a lot of oil as we start setting up more not distilleries, petroleum distilleries, whatever you want to call them. I can't remember the name of them. But yeah, then we're going to have a lot more gasoline to sell around the world too. And we can get rid of all of this solar panel and wind stuff. Get that to the third world so they can start getting up and keeping their people healthy. So they not trying to leave and come here. And that we can make everything better for everybody. We should never have went solar and wind. That should have went to the desert countries. What's up, Rich? Finally, aircraft carrier arrived in the Middle East today to relieve the USS Abraham Lincoln after Lincoln deployment. Yeah, like 180 days or something, right? RNC, MAGA, DNC, and DSA. Refineries. What did I say? Distilleries. Yeah, refineries. I nominate Colt Wall for president of Alberta. President Coulter Wall.
Fail to create just one of the paths, and the whole thing must be thrown out. Right,
if you understand that you have to listen to what read what the politicians are doing, and not just listen to the news, especially if you want to invest in your future, you have to see what's going on, not just people bitching about stuff on the internet about this and that, wackadoo. What's actually going on? What's going on in the stock markets around the world? What's going on the financial sectors, what's going on with the yen, what's going on with China, what's going on, everything, all this stuff that they put into play to try to have a big takeover of the West failed. And it's costing now. And we're the only way to help them out. In the 90s, America was great. 98 and 99, our economy was top of the world. It's great. Some of the greatest times in ever. Race relations were at an all-time high. We were only getting 50%. Why we only get 50% of that? Well, it's our well, pretty much. The American companies got kicked out. Everything got stolen. So they need a vast influx of cash because the Venezuela wasn't being upkept. The population's buildings, infrastructure, roads and stuff wasn't being upkept for most of the country. So they're going to be selling that off in order to get Venezuela back up to a first world country. And then I guess I don't know what negotiations will happen after that, but yeah, I can see it's good. We should be drilling our own oil, gas. Oh, it'd be like $2 a gallon. Should be less than that. I was only like a kid. I remember in the 90s. I wish older. I was only a kid. I remember the 90s. It was great. Great time. Could you elaborate on failure to take over the West? Sounds interesting. Sure. There can only be okay. So if not, it's never in the news, but you have to understand that countries and the leaders of countries don't typically want to sit and be happy. They want to conquer. Okay, they want to expand. They want their name in the history books for expanding the land, the power of their governments, of their countries. So the things that were going on, trying to destabilize everywhere in the West, trying to dilute everything down. Like, dude, listen, there's even in the pharmaceutical realm, there's a pharmaceutical company. I'll have to get back to you on the name, but it says it's called the French Pharmaceutical Company of something, and it's based out of Iran. And the pills that they're sending here to be sold in the Chinese areas in America are fake. So they're coming out of Iran, being sold in Asian food stores and whatnot. They don't have any English on it at all, but they're being tested and they don't even have the compounds. So people think that their infections and stuff are going to be under control with these antibiotics. And this is a 500-step process. But just by poisoning the people that can't have their pills tested, can't afford FDA drugs, are here possibly illegally, don't want to use the system to get health care, are using these types, and they're getting fake drugs. So what they want is they want the people that are already here to fail so more people can come in and then get to the point where they can vote their way out, like what they're doing now. They want to go communist, socialist, or communist. So then who has the knowledge to run a socialist/communist country? China. So China, who's in bed, remember, China buys 80 to 90% of the oil, or did buy 89% of the oil from Iran. So they were in bed with each other. And this is why in Venezuela, why China's officials were visiting Venezuela the night before that, what's his face got captured. They were working on trying to close in for like a 50-year plan to close in and fund. Dude, listen, the OnlyFans thing where the billionaires from China were flying OnlyFans girls out into China, impregnating them, sending them back to America with like a $10,000 a month stipend until their pregnancy in order to get anchor babies. It's absolute insanity. It sounds make-believe. But if you're interested, get looking. So absolutely, they were trying an absolute slow takeover, and things like we're watching right now, superconductors and silicon, high purity silicon. There's only one place in the world that high purity silicon comes from to make AI chips and whatnot, and that's North Carolina. So they need access to the land, and in order for them to be better than us, they need access to us. September 11th, 2001 happened. There was a big shift after that. It took worry. Yeah, no, that's what it was. That's what happened. CERN dictates to your kind. What's up, Term? Gas should be $1.30, $1.80. I agree. In times of strife, it should go to $2. We should be drilling a lot in America. Enjoy it for us. Could Alberta become the 51st state? Imagine. So October 16th, they vote to leave Canada. Gas will never be $2 in blue states. Too many taxes. Agreed. America should build a wall around the whole country and let the rest of the world figure it out. Currently, right now, they're double walling the southern border. They're putting a wall and another wall. So there's going to be a DMZ, a demilitarized zone. And it looks like this administration is making that area, it's going to be considered a military base. So our border will be a military base. So that space between the two walls, they'll be able to have military training and what wackadoo going on there. So it looks like that place is going to be shut down. I guess this needs to be done just in case another administration comes in and decides they don't want to protect the border. I thought we got rid of the anchor baby citizenship. No. The Supreme Court said it was okay. Drill, baby, drill. Do you think there could be a Canadian Civil War? No. So here's the thing. If you understand Canada, Alberta makes almost all of the has almost all the resources, all the money that Canada, that Ontario needs, comes from Alberta. If Alberta leaves Canada, they got nothing to do. And Alberta is the conservative, and this is why they don't like the liberal policies of Ontario. They did until it went too far. Apparently, all the gold from Ontario, from their Fort Knox, is gone. Apparently, they don't have any gold on hand. Thanks for your elaboration. I'm aware, but it's interesting. No problem. Non-renewable resources take millions of years to replenish. So, Mira, there's a very interesting thing going on in Russia right now. Russian scientists say they found replenishable oil. They're actually digging, I think it's like a mile deeper, to find these places where the heat of the earth is creating oil and then pushing it up into the cooler reserves that we usually tap from. So currently right now we still have 170 years of coal left. No way they're not building much of a wall on the southern border. It's almost like nothing. I mean, they're building it without a doubt. The double-walled DMZ southern border. Well, double wall.
Your search combined different things. Applewalled could refer to places like Applewalled Farm in Maine. DMZ usually means a demilitarized.
All right. Not Korean. USA. Maybe I shouldn't have put DMZ in there. The U.S. government is expanding a multi-layered smart law about systems initiated a 30-foot parallel policy, blah, 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 blah. All right. Where's it at? Where's the double wall? I'm going to find doubling. All right, let's see. I can't find any straight images of it. Yeah, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection is constructing a second parallel secondary wall along parts of the U.S. and Mexico border. Congressional calculations, blah, blah. So they already got the money for it. So it'd be like a DMZ. So it's North and South Korea. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Bird of beef. Gas is ridiculous now. It's almost like he wants to buy electric cars. And listen, if they use this data center bullcrap to beef up our power grid, the next move will be to go nuclear, to start selling nuclear to the American people. Then I think the pain at the pump will allow more people to say, yes, get us cheap power. Our Marine scouts train with optics catching invaders at the borders. There are geological consequences. There are, absolutely. Will we lose our protection from the sun? So I don't know which one you're talking about, which side, what you're talking, like if you're talking about what I was talking about before or not. So what I was saying is the Middle East are having some of the hottest years on land, and you have tens of thousands of people dying from heat-related diseases. So that's where in the world solar and wind need to be to help the people out there get during the day, during the hottest part of the day, getting air conditioning, and they can get that. My son works on the border with the Marines. Maybe small section is double. That's it. Yeah. I'm saying this is what's going on. I'm not saying right now that's is what is being planned. I don't know how much of it. It won't be all of it, obviously. It's probably just the big crossing points. Hydrogen cars. The problem with hydrogen cars is there's car accidents, right? So the armored protected hydrogen tanks get to a point where they're so heavy so that they won't just explode on impact, that they can't hold as much hydrogen. But even when you get to the point where it's good, you need hydrogen refilling stations. So you would need a big way to make, you need to make hydrogen. So you need power to crack water into hydrogen and oxygen. So you're going to need nuclear before hydrogen goes anywhere. And why not just use electric? So why are we going through so fast? Locusts aren't in the vid. Yeah, no, I agree. But that's also mass. Yes, vegetation cools things down. Right. So what they could do in the Middle East is they should put up huge areas of solar panels as shade. So the people underneath have area underneath the solar panels to get out of the sun while those solar panels are producing energy for the surrounding people is theoretically the best. It is. So if you're talking about energy density, nuclear is the best way to go. And there's currently a lot of very good, very clean ways. These breeder reactors. Copenhagen Atomics is making one that fits in a 40-foot shipping container trailer. And it makes 500 megawatts, half a gigawatt in each one. And it uses liquid atomics. So it has heavy water in the middle. And if you drain, if it starts to overreact, you can just drain that heavy water and it kills the reaction. So you don't have to worry about runaway. You don't have to worry about meltdowns. And it's a breeder reactor. So it makes its own fuel. So there's a lot of very, very, very interesting stuff out there. I want a dynamite power car, but I guess it would mean dynamite stations on every corner. That's right, brother. That's right. On every corner. But stuff like this, like how the only place in the world to get this pure of sand, silica for silicon chips is North Carolina. If China could get people people that were sympathetic to the Chinese plight, like not being able to make enough money off of America, they would want to get people in these areas to be governors and mayors and whatnot. So they want to start coming up young, teaching them in schools, getting them out, saying, "Run, we'll pay for your." Toyota provides a hydrogen power car that was sold to the public, so only so many were made. Yeah, heavy water. Freak out tents got bad gas. What would you like to talk about heavy water? How is it made? So the way heavy water is typically made is they take big ass tanks of water and have a whole lot of them, right? And what happens is at the very bottom of the tank, you're going to have a specific percentage of heavy water molecules, D2O, deuterium oxide. Okay, so that's heavy water. And then you suck out just the very littlest amount and you put that into another tank. And then you drain that water, you fill it up with new water, and then you keep draining it out. And then you have another tank that has a lot more concentration. And then you concentrate. And that's how you make heavy water. Because there's a certain percentage, like 0.4% of all of the water you drink is heavy water. Let me see. Might be 4%. What percent of water is D2O? Okay, wow, nowhere near that. It's one molecule and okay, 0.03. Yeah. Yeah. I like just like you got your gas is like sourdough. Heavy water is a form of water where regular hydrogen is replaced with deuterium, right? Which is it's got instead of hydrogen being one proton and one electron, it's got a proton, a neutron, and electron, so it's a little bit heavier than hydrogen. That's pretty heavy stuff. It's pretty heavy stuff.
You know that tedious thing you do every day? Copying data between apps, sending the same follow-up emails, updating spreadsheets manually? There's a way to make all of that happen automatically. I have been using Zapier for over 5 years. It lets all of my apps talk to one another. When the editor at one of my companies updates one of our books, he uploads it to Google Drive. Zapier sees that happen, goes through the files, compresses them, changes the file name to what the publisher needs, and sends a message to Slack when it's done. It took about 30 minutes to build that and saves us 24 hours per year. You can just type into Zapier what you're trying to build, and it will lay it all out for you. And just recently, I realized I could hook Zapier to my brokerage. So now every Sunday, it pulls all my positions in, I send them to AI and ask it to highlight any upcoming events that might impact them, and then summarize any events that did impact them the week before. Format that to be a pretty email, send it to myself. That took an hour. The possibilities are endless, and I actually find it fun to come up with new ways to use it. You can start automating your most tedious tasks for free using my Zapier link, bit.ly/4JV7KR2. Also in the description. Get the boring stuff to handle itself.
Could have found a better way
to make a piece of silicon pure enough to power an iPhone, you must make sure that when silicon is melted down from its natural blocks and formed into a cylinder chips can be sliced from, the thing that's holding the melted silicon doesn't contaminate it. Silicon melts at 1300 degrees Celsius, 2400 degrees Fahrenheit. It's very hot. Just about anything that comes into contact with a pool of molten silicon will, at minimum, shed off little pieces of itself that mix with the melt. Each rod of pure silicon comes out of one of these.
I'm just burning, doing the neutron dance.
That comes from spruce pine. The quartz that comes from spruce pine, and only the quartz from spruce pine, must be used for every single one of these crucibles, because some of it will inevitably end up in the molten silicon. Boeing planes, iPhones, PlayStations, MRI machines, they all require at least one advanced chip that's been cut out of a silicon rod formed in a crucible made with quartz from spruce pine. This crucible is just 99.9% pure quartz, but just 3 inches wide. We're melting tin. I don't have the equipment, skills, or insurance to attempt silicon. Crucibles used to make silicon stand 3 to 5 feet tall. They're 2 to 3 feet across and can only be used one time. For every 1 million iPhones Apple sells, a crucible will be built, filled up with molten silicon, and destroyed by the process. Each chip in them starts out as silicon blocks that are melted inside the crucible, created using a process so difficult to perfect, it's not considered science, but black art, because you can't just let the molten silicon cool and pull it out. Can't pour it into something else for fear of contamination.
Right, you gotta grow it.
A Polish engineer named Czochralski discovered using melted tin just like this, that if you dipped an object into the metal, pulled it out in just the right way, you could grow a metal cylinder. An atomically perfect metal cylinder that, in the case of silicon, can be sliced into circular discs 0.5 millimeter thick. A tiny, perfectly structured seed crystal is melted on the tip of a metal rod and then dipped down until it just touches the surface of the molten silicon. Pulled up at an excruciatingly slow pace, the rod rotates, the molten silicon clings to the seed, and as it cools, because it's touching the perfect seed crystal, arranges its atoms in that exact same perfect pattern. Performed by people known as master growers. How fast to spin and pull, how to manage the temperature, the gases surrounding it. Everything that allows a perfect silicon ingot to be grown is not considered a true science. There is no manual, just a feel learned through decades of apprenticeship to masters of the craft.
Oops.
Can't patent it because you'd have to reveal how to do it. The operators rely on sound, smell, or color. Even the masters fail 20 to 30% of the time despite perfect settings. These are the traits of a black art, like how to make the blades inside every jet engine, grown from a single nickel crystal into one giant crystal, molecule by molecule using what's called the pigtail selectors known to a select few at GE, Pratt & Whitney, and Rolls-Royce, or the handful of people at Canon and Leica who know how to polish the
When I was packing today, I found a hair tie.
Highest end lenses used in cinematic cameras or semiconductor equipment, the Takumi technique. Nobody has cracked the alchemy of 1623 that's let Zildjian, for 400 years, make the world's best symbols using ingredients that every metallurgist will tell you should produce metal so brittle it shatters when struck by a drumstick. 80% copper, 20% tin, with traces of silver. The process is only known by the CEO, delegating it out in parts to prevent anyone from knowing the whole secret. The mountains that run down the east coast of the U.S. used to be taller than the Himalayas, violently pushed to the sky when Africa smashed into North America, forming one giant supercontinent, Pangaea. Friction along the line impact created incredible temperatures that melted rock 15 miles beneath the surface, molten rock that would become the quartz pulled from the quarries of spruce pine. Call it a freak accident, like the asteroid that smashed into South Africa, creating a small area that's produced a quarter of the world's gold. But the freak in this accident wasn't the impact. It was the complete and total absence of water.
On those
Carrying things with it like a bus, water drops molecules here and there that pollute the purity of quartz. Zero water, zero impurities. With zero impurities, the molten silicon dioxide was left to cook at high temperature for 100 million years. Very, very, very slowly being pushed towards the surface as the African continent pulled away from North America, letting the mountains shrink to where they are today, a fifth of their original height. Cool the molten rock quickly and would have turned into tiny, messy crystals, but the 100 million year timer attached to this science experiment formed them into massive, organized crystals, mined out of the ground by two very secretive companies who no doubt would prefer this video to not be made. Visible in satellite imagery, you can see bright white veins of quartz, trucks mingling about behind a 25-foot-high wall, patrolled as though an enemy is bound to arrive any moment, surrounded by nothing but a very small town, trees, and hills. 500 miles away, the semiconductor was invented at Bell Labs in New Jersey. 30 years later, across the country, Intel perfected it, crowning themselves king of technology. Japan sliced off the memory chip part of Intel's business in the 90s. 2 decades later, Taiwan Semiconductor sliced off the cutting-edge CPU chips after passing Intel on who could make the most complex chips. Apple, Nvidia, Google, Tesla, anyone on the cutting edge of technology that needs the frontier of capability no longer look to Intel for elite chips. They look to Taiwan. Taiwan, now with the crown firmly on, looks across the Taiwan Strait with a new and profound...
the kids in the primary schools in Taiwan are learning the thing, because that's one of the biggest industries in Taiwan. So they're not just teaching the kids about wackadoo stuff. They're teaching them things that can get them into the chip industry. What up, Wyatt? I bet your ancestors had long hair, just saying. I think they did too. Look at that, man. I did some work in a semiconductor plant that made those discs. They call them wafers. Yep. Security checked our lunch coolers every day on our way out. Yeah, nice.
Found understanding of the famous words Intel's CEO used to describe the chip business. Only the paranoid survive. This is the difference between the purity needed for solar panels and silicon wafers. 9 nines versus 11 nines. Those 2 nines are a major part of the moat between the US, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan on one side, China on the other. There is no black art in 99 silicon. It is a science, limited only by how much electricity you're willing to spend to turn silicon gas into crystals. China won the solar panel wars by deciding it would spend as much electricity as needed, feeding its solar industry free or nearly free electricity so they could make the tiles of 99 silicon that cover every solar panel.
And then they got into bed with Obama and said, hey, we're going to do the Solana thing. China's going to supply everything. You're going to tell everybody in America to get solar panels. And then everybody started to, and then the world's going to fall apart if we don't start using solar panels on all of our industry, all bought from China. So why didn't we set up? We have the silicon here. Why didn't we set up the manufacturing in America? Well, the government will tell you didn't have talented enough people, because China teaches their kids from their high school age kids and whatnot how to get, like, what they're going to need to do in these industries by the tens of thousands, by the hundreds of thousands. And we don't. We teach kids how to be activists about stuff that doesn't matter after your life changes in a few years, right? So like this is a huge thing. We should have, especially starting in like 2008, we should have we have all these old steel mills that could that have the access for the fuel and everything for these huge crucibles to convert them over to make them, and we could have been the world supplier of solar panels, then started a worldwide crisis, and everybody could have bought it from us. We didn't do that because somebody made a deal with some Chinese firm that they made billions of dollars and gave somebody a couple $100 million. And this is an interesting thing about digital books. If you want to pay off a politician, this is what you can do. They write a book about how awesome of a politician they were. Then you use Amazon or whatever to buy 1 million copies of their digital book. So they're going to get whatever it is, $10 or $12 per copy into their pocket, and you didn't have to launder it through anything. Now, where's the digital books going? They're going to some freaking bot farm It's going to boot up an account, get an account, download the book, close it, do it, do tens of thousands of them a day until it gets to the million books that you got bought. So this is why some politicians write a book and sell millions, even though they're not very interesting people. But look at what they did. Look at what they wanted you to buy. Jesse, we need to cook. What up? You're all sick? I'm doing good, brother. I'm going to get solar panels too. I used to sell solar panels. I had a company called Bring On the Light. No, solar panels are great. I'm just saying that we, America, we could have had hundreds of thousands of jobs in America making these solar panels and doing everything. We have the raw material. China needs to buy the sand from us to make this stuff. We teach them how to be woke and about ubiquitous stuff. Right. Because then they can go to college and want to learn more, then spend a bunch of money and then have to pay back a bunch of debt, and then now they know more. But great, but they're not going to ever do anything with it. But get on Twitter. They call me Toe Mater, but without the toe. The rich Chinese people typically live here in the U.S., not China. They will send their kids for college, dated a few Chinese girls and parents to the factory after them. What up, Papa Bear? Reporting in, brother.
For panel cheap enough to undercut rival companies. Push the price down low enough, and everyone else will go out of business. It worked. Yep. And loath to be beholden to the current kings of silicon, it is a play China is, without question, intent on running again for semiconductors once it's figured out the black art of 11/9 silicon. Stated by officials, outlined in plans, this is no secret. But in a twist of fate from 380 million years ago, regardless of who or what country wears the semiconductor crown, the most advanced piece of engineering humans have ever pulled off will, unless a miracle happens, always be tied to sand pulled out of the mountains around a small town in the United States.
Yep. Right. So they need access to the soil. So if they could own America or convince a bunch of kids that socialism and communism is the way to go, then get those kids, fund those kids, fund their push for power, fund their campaigns, and then if they could absolutely convince enough people, spend enough money on advertising, enough money on social media, and get these people to get power, then the Chinese will say, thank you, now that you've conquered America for us, we're going to take this. And when they start to fail, as it absolutely will, they expect their first 10 years to cost $71 trillion. So if we go full socialist, full communist. So and the debt will never be paid back. So then China can say, hey, we've got all this debt of yours. We want North Carolina, basically. And they want access to that sands. And then we'll be out of it. You mean Chinese school children don't get a digital copy of a Bob's book? College is a joke. It's up here and like it. Ultimate question will must ask themselves, why would one male find another male attractive? Because they think you're cute, space cowboy. Unless you're going into some STEM field, some STEM field. Yeah, right. And a lot of people want the party. It's like almost like trash, not trash, but going to college for sometimes. Right, but who is? Very, very, very few people are. And the amount of money, we don't teach kids about value. So when they're 18 years old going to college, they'll spend freaking $100,000 on something that won't. Just because they were told, the average college degree, person with a college degree makes $1 million more over their lifetime. Great, but they don't understand statistics. They don't understand that's because some people make billions of dollars and most make zero. So if you do the math, if you average that out, but most people don't. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care either, and I'm not interested to hear about it either. It's almost like especially when you're like doing work, when you're working, when you're trying to build something, people just want to say, let's talk about sex for a couple of hours, dude. Hey, dude. I said, I don't care, dude. I don't care. But it seems like you get a bunch of those people and they're so easy to control because you find somebody that's a freaking ass hound, and then you give them a bunch of access to a bunch of people, and then once they get positions of power, you do what they're doing now, or what they did for the past like 10 years. They find all these girls from your past that haven't done anything with their lives, and then you say, hey, if you say that he touched you inappropriately or you were too drunk one night, we can get, control this guy. Then you go and you say, hey, it looks like we found one of your exes that you maybe didn't actually ask for consent for, blah 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 blah. And then this is what this is all about. This is what Epstein was all about. He was trying to get sex freaking blackmail on all of the most powerful people in the world, so he could do whatever he wanted to do. If someone's doing it underage, yeah, abso-freaking-lutely. With my YM teacher for automotive, don't make me fun out of me. I went to my dad went to Lincoln Tech. What up, Goopinder? Ain't seen you in a while. All right, let's see. Let's see what I'm looking at here. My name is Tony Montana. All right, let's close some of this stuff down. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see what's going on the internet. No. Great to see you, brother. All right, let's see where we were here. Boom, boom. All right. Pizzeria owner destroyed a restaurant over a child's birthday. IBM unveils system for quantum colder than space. All right, let's see what's going on with technology. I can't say breaking the laws.
Welcome back. This is going to be our future is now.
Right. And the problem is that they're always going to push for the more extreme. Like, just leave sex in the bedroom. We've got worlds to save. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Segment, and we begin with quantum computing. The race is cooling down, literally. Today, IBM announced it's integrated and scaled the colder than deep space environment needed to link hundreds of quantum chips together. This marks a major milestone toward achieving its most powerful quantum computer yet, and the world's first fault-tolerant one. Joining me now is Jerry Chow, IBM's CTO of quantum-centric supercomputing and IBM fellow.
BMI.
Jerry, this stuff is
what up,
tough
TW?
to understand. So what
tech got shut
is
down
a
because the company was running
fault-tolerant quantum
scamming our
computer,
government on
and
tuition
when
money.
will
Right, listen, and a lot of them places seem to. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what they would consider a professional degree and then charge more, get more from like government, because they don't listen. When they're charging you $30,000-$40,000 a semester for some things that won't ever get you any money, it's a scam. I bet Family Guy will be making some IBM jokes. I need some more RAM, and I hear it's pricey now, even more than GPUs. Yeah, it's definitely pricey. Yeah, it's definitely pricey. Way more pricey than it should be.
Civilization C1.
Yeah, so a fault-tolerant quantum computer is really one where we're going to be able to run a lot of these most challenging problems that we want to be able to solve for chemistry, solve for biology, solve for optimization.
Software biology.
It's one where we can really scale up the problems towards being able to address the problem.
Well, fault-tolerant is because freaking, we'll see what it has to say. But with quantum computers, you don't know what the answer is. That's the thing about it. I bet Brian Griffin be laughing his ass off.
That are really valuable to industries.
And what did IBM do today that was so significant in getting there? And when do you think the world will see IBM's fault-tolerant quantum computer?
Yeah, so a big part of actually getting these quantum chips to work is that we need to cool them down. We need to cool them to temperatures that are colder than out of space, 15 millikelvin. And what we actually were able to announce today, and it's a real engineering story of putting together a modular cryogenic architecture. It's scalable in that these modules can be connected to one another, and it lets us really put and have enough space to put the chips that we need to cool down for Starlink.
Yeah, they've had it for a while. Yeah, they've had it for a while. I don't want FOP. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Is that what you're talking about? Fiber dysplasia ossificans progressiva?
Our targeted fault-tolerant quantum computer in 2029.
That's around the corner. Look, today, Jerry, we get this big news of a late-stage trial with Moderna and Merck. They're having success with a cancer treatment. What will quantum computing do for drug discovery?
Yeah, so at its fundamental core, really, it's all about understanding molecules and chemistry, right? That quantum now gives us a new avenue of solving those types of problems. It's amazing to see a lot of the work that's already going on there that these pharmaceutical companies are looking at, but they're also looking at trying to fundamentally solve those problems even better, more accurately, cheaper, faster. And that's where quantum computing can really help influence it. It actually works alongside a lot of the fabulous developments.
So now that there's turbo cancer, what a great time for a cancer vaccine or cancer treatment. One vaccine cannot cure all cancer. Brother, listen, when you start to look into cancer and you start looking into like low, it's about time, let's just say, that they took this cancer stuff off the shelf. Let's just say.
Are happening in AI and high performance computing working alongside it in the future.
Can quantum discover a cure for cancer?
I certainly hope it can help for that. You know, that's one of these applications that, you know, in terms of materials, in terms of drugs, in terms of optimization, better modeling, this is where we're really looking at using quantum computers to push the limits of what we can compute.
All right.
And you really are. And now you've partnered with the U.S. government on a foundry. It's called Andron. You've partnered with the government to make quantum chips.
Yeah, he's like, I'm rich, man.
For other companies. How is Andron going? When will you be up and ready to make those chips?
Yeah, so we're going to have more news about Andron coming out soon, but a big part of that really is about...
All right, okay, whatever. I think vaccine will be the foundation of the cancer cure without the tail for each type of cancer. I want to show you something. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if anyone's made any videos on it. Probably. All right. Oh, actually, maybe. Let's see. All right. Let's see if it says. Okay. All right. So this right here. So this is something here. Naltrexone has been used for addiction. Okay, it's been used for years, since the 90s at least. Okay, let's just say low dose naltrexone, typically 1.5 to 4.5 milligrams a day of the standard 50 milligram dose. 50 milligrams doesn't do it. It's too much. But if you use a very low dose, well, I want to get into what it does. It can shut off how a shitload of cancers reproduce. So if you're at stage 3 and you start taking it, you stay at stage 3. Then you work with the patient to get their vitamins and minerals in order so that their body can be in shape enough to fight the cancer off because it can't reproduce anymore, right? So if you're at stage 4, you take it, you stay at stage 4. It doesn't progress anymore. But here, let me see if it says. Okay, prescribed to reduce inflammation, manage chronic pain. Okay, it blocks opioid receptors, prompting the body. All right, so there seems to be something about opioids and not taking too much of them. Like maybe we've been taking way too much. Maybe 100 milligrams of morphine is way too much. And what people use for street drugs and Percocets is just way too much. And if you cut down a hell of a lot, let me see if I can find something on the cancer thing so you don't think I'm just bullshitting you. All right. Yeah, check this out. Here we go.
Just briefly, Gus, just tell us a bit about low-dose naltrexone.
Right, well, the low-dose naltrexone is a wonderful story in itself, and it would make a very good film, actually, when I think about it.
It would, yeah, it would.
Why? Why would it make a good film?
Serendipity by Bihari, Dr. Bihari, who ran the drug addiction program in New York. And he noticed that when they tried naltrexone to wean you off morphine heroin addiction. And about half the patients, it actually did work. I mean, they
all right, sounds good. Why aren't we using it more?
Because of the nature of the drugs, they rolled off the dose. You don't stop. You just keep
just a gradual tailing off.
And he was bright enough not to dismiss people, say, can I stay on the low dose? He actually said, why? Why do you want to stay on the low dose? And they said, people said, well, I have MS and it's much better on the low dose. Or I have Crohn's disease and it's much better on the low dose. Or I've got arthritis and it's much better on the
so that's better.
Listened.
Wow.
Unlike any of the doctors
this doc on the right.
Days,
Sorry, following
It sounds like they're all autoimmune to me.
Yeah.
Autoimmune. Okay. Weird.
Yeah.
So it was all put down. He collaborated with Dr. Zagon in Philadelphia. And they showed that the low doses altered opiate receptors.
Okay, they did that. That's
they're
cool.
not high enough dose to block them. They alter them, modulate them.
Okay.
And
So
this
they don't
results
block them. Okay, cool.
in a nocturnal change, a diurnal change in neuropeptides.
Diurnal means during the day. Nocturnal means over the night.
Affecting the endocrine system and the immune system.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that they all felt that this would explain that very well. Well, I got involved because I found an obstinate patient who wouldn't tell me why they were doing so well when we'd run out of options, and finally told me she was getting low-dose naltrexone from Dr. Bihari. And I went over and saw him to see whether this was smoke mirrors, fraud, or whether there was something in it that we didn't understand.
Okay, what? Smoke mirrors and fraud. Hold on, what?
I came to the conclusion it was the latter. I think you have to meet these sort of people to work out how likely it is that you're dealing with somebody who recognises these things and understands what have you. And so I started giving it to my oncology patients who'd run out of options but weren't ill enough to go to palliative care.
Okay, so they've run out of options, which means they've been through chemo, they've been through radiation, they've been through and they've run out of options. But they were dying, but not at that point where they would go to palliative care and be put in the freaking meat home and die. And then more. Okay. So what happened?
A big
chunk.
And we then started noting.
What'd you note?
That we were getting rather overwhelmed with having to do repeat 3 monthly prescriptions.
Oh, you're not dead yet?
And my secretary said, I thought this person was going to be dead in 6 months.
Right.
Still
you're not dead yet?
Prescriptions into the second year,
which is wonderful, of course.
And then I decided to haul some of these people back and rescan them. And I found that in some of the cases, these multiple liver secondaries hadn't progressed at all since going on low-dose naltrexone.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird.
To see some absolute responses. The rare, looks like, but the stabilisation seems to be very, very common. But response is a bit rarer. And I came to the conclusion, wait a minute, no amount of fiddling with opiate receptors and neuropeptides can do this. There's something else going on.
Okay, what's
so
going
that's
on?
when I decided to say it must be using another receptor, another pathway. So I used my old HIV receptor knowledge and techniques, and I decided the best way to go fishing is to get a net. So I got every single immune receptor in the book assembled for a big fishing expedition, and the low-dose naltrexone inhibited TLR9, and
they're curing cancer possibly
7 and 8, and these toll-like receptor inflammatory pathway, but a major inflammatory pathway, which when you stimulate it, it produces IL-6. And when I saw this,
which is a pro-inflammatory cytokine that causes,
because when IL-6 was published, I remember reading the paper. It came out. It was called cancer growth factor. The cancer growth factor.
I remember the last person supposedly found a cure. Yep. Interesting, right?
That switches off cancer growth factor.
Oh,
and
hold on. It does what? It does what?
Today, that switches off cancer growth factor. And to give you an idea how relevant it is, these two companies make antibodies to IL-6, so when you're very finely advanced with cancer, you can get these £100,000 drugs. No, if you
so 100,000 pounds, that's like $50. It's like $125,000, and that's to try to get these drugs that don't make this cancer factor. It is it. So why wouldn't you just use something that helps your body make it? That seems to be a good idea. More money treating cancer is right. If you don't want people dying with money in their bank, the best thing to do is drag out their cancer treatment until they don't have any more money left. Clean up on IL-6.
Give it cheaply up front, you won't need those monoclones. And that's another insight to what's going on with Big Pharma. They're not interested in something cheap and everything that will actually improve everything.
We can make a lot of money out of monoclonal antibodies, I'm sure. I'm sure they cost thousands of dollars a go.
Well, if the checkpoints were costing about $100,000 a year.
A year?
And they were wanting to give 2 years' worth to everybody with melanoma, just in case. I mean,
just in case. We don't want your cancer coming back, so we need to give you 2 years' worth. Wait, do you have $200,000 in the bank? You do? Okay. Oh, we need 2 years' worth.
And the low-dose naltrexone is essentially free.
It's free.
It would cost absolutely nothing to put all those who needed it on it. And
in fact, the trick is to pay a pharmacist to actually make it low enough dose to take the 25 milligram tablet.
Right, it's typically a 50 milligram dose, which is 2 tablets. So a 25 milligram tablet. So you need what's called a compounding pharmacy that could take that or get it in a liquid so they could dose it low enough. So even if people went and bought these pills from India or whatever to start taking it, they would have to make sure that they broke a 25 milligram pill down to make sure that they got between I think it's 3.5 or 2.5 and 3.5 milligrams. And it does what? I don't remember queuing up to pay for a play lobby. Yeah, tell me about it, brother. The dick cancer.
Let's turn it into. How much would I need? So if I made 2 kilograms, what sort of dose of LDN would I need?
4.5 milligrams absolute maximum, and a lot of people
tiny, isn't it?
Find the benefit even better at 3 milligrams.
Oh,
so
there you go.
I take if you're 70 kilograms or below, you have 3 milligrams. If you're over 70, 4.5. And bear in mind, there's individual variations, so that's the range. But never.
Wait, it's that easy?
Go over 4.5.
Don't go over 4.5.
And so with that dose, I guess there can't be any side effects at all with such a tiny dose.
Well, any side effects very early on, and it involves sleeping and dreams, and which is why they suggest starting even lower to 4.5 over a couple of weeks. But I've never had anybody not be able to take them because of sleeping and dreams. As it attenuates, it settles down eventually.
But I mean, for treating heroin addiction, what were we using? 25, 50 milligrams? Something
no, 200.
Oh, wow. Wow, so this is an infinitesimally small dose, isn't it?
Exactly. And we have examined the reason why, and that is because all drugs come in more than one form.
Left-handed and right-handed.
The simplest
levo and dextro.
Duo form is levo and dextro, left and right forms.
What's the determined factor between 3 and he said weight below 70 kilograms is 3 and above 70 is 4.5, but you have to tune it to the people. I think he said age. Okay, let's go back. We got rewind.
To 4.5
tiny dose.
Well, any side effects very kilograms absolute
kilograms. Let's turn it into.
There you
go. How much would I need? If I made 2 kilograms, what sort of dose of LDN would I need?
4.5 milligrams absolute maximum, and a lot of people
tiny, isn't it?
Find the benefit even better at 3 milligrams. So I take if you're 70 kilograms or below, you have 3 milligrams. If you're over 70, 4.5.
Yeah, he was saying kilograms, Omega. You might have thought. It might have, thinking we didn't say pounds. No problem, brother.
Bear in mind, there's individual variation, so that's the range, but never go over 4.5. I had
and so with that dose, I guess there can't be any side effects at all with such a tiny dose.
Well, any side effects very early on involve sleeping. 4.5. Not be able to take them because of sleeping and dreams, as it attenuates, settles down eventually.
But I mean, for treating heroin addiction, what were we using? 25, 50 milligrams?
No, 200.
Oh, wow. Well, so this is an infinitesimally small dose, isn't it?
Exactly. And we have examined the reason why, and that is because all drugs come in more than one form. Often the simplest duo form is levo and dextro, left and right forms. And the low-dose naltrexone is one form, and the one that blocks the opiate receptor is the other, and preferentially absorbed after 4.5. And that piece of information summed up why I couldn't.
So your body preferentially absorbs the dextro version if you take over 4.5 milligrams. So if you take less than that, it typically only absorbs the levo, the left-handed molecule version. So
understand why something low dose would be so much more effective than something high dose.
So the low dose has got both forms in, the right and the left-handed form in it?
No, it just has the left.
Just the left, right, okay.
Yeah. And then the other one drowns it out at 4.5.
Right,
that has been done on the phase 1 study, so we know that is scientifically the case. Which one's left and right, though? I do get confused from time to time.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah. It's a bit like aspirin. You know, after a coronary event, we'll give 300 milligrams of aspirin, but that works way better than 600 milligrams of aspirin. So it's a matter of optimizing the dose, and that's often a lower dose, which is.
Actually, what it woke me to, both these examples, low-dose naltrexone and
I understand
IMN,
space, but I understand medicine.
Both drugs.
Brother, listen. I would have said the same thing about myself. My father worked for Hopkins Avery Propulsion Research Laboratory, the Applied Physics Lab. So that was my field until I was about 45. And I was on and off of antidepressants, anti-anxiety, ADHD, drugs, all this shit. And finally, when I turned 45, I'm like, let's figure this stuff out. And I find out that all these years, I'm 6'4", 138 pounds, and doctor never checks me for a vitamin or mineral deficiency. Come to find out, I got a vitamin B12 deficiency. And that basically takes care of correcting that, basically took care of the depression, took care of the anxiety, took care of the ADHD, like the negative parts of the ADHD symptoms. So now I basically have ADHD superpowers rather than it being like the brain fog is gone. The hyperactivity is still there, but the brain fog's gone, and the learning part of it has having issues learning is gone. So now I can learn very, very well. I absorb stuff very, very well. Good day, mate. What you talk about? This very low dose heroin drug for people that are trying to quit heroin and morphine addiction. They found out that at very low doses, it basically turns off these cancers' ability to reproduce. Now,
which, if you looked at the starting dose, they fail. They won't work.
Right. So imagine that. You go to the doctor and you say, I'd like to try naltrexone for my cancer. And they give you 25 milligrams. You're like, oh, didn't do anything. Okay. I guess it doesn't work. Maybe try 50. Maybe try 200. No, it's not going to work. But who's going to say, well, let me just take a little bit? Nobody. We don't think that at all. How did you learn that you were vitamin deficient? So there, an online test. It's a test. I set my fingernails. These guys with accents always say the coolest words. It's the accent. Makes it sound cool. I like questions. But it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy, AZ, just from looking up each vitamin and the word deficiency symptoms. And you can pretty much tell. And it really piss you off. It'll piss you off to say, so ADHD or vitamin B12 deficiency mimics or makes worse ADHD symptoms. So if you have ADHD and you're low in B12, it makes the symptoms worse. But if you don't have ADHD, but you have the symptoms, which if you go to a doctor and you say, I've got these symptoms, they'll say, you've got ADHD. Why don't they test you for low B12? Because then you wouldn't refill your script frickin' for 35 years. Old British men always make medicine sound sexy. What insurance cover for? It's $50. I don't got insurance. What? Hell no. I'm a freaking YouTuber.
Usually in drug development, when that happens, you increase the dose. But in both these cases, it is the reduction. And it was shown that the secret of IMM 101, when they gave it intradermally, it didn't work very well, first of all. So they look at everything, how it's made, what have you. And the big secret was if you actually reduced the dose by 90% and just gave 10% of it, it worked perfectly. So these are both drugs showing that less is more. They work far better in low doses than high doses. So that overturns everything.
What's insurance? We're Americans.
Honours degree in pharmacology from.
What up, Lil Turlet? I got a mullet today. Congratulations, mullet. Mullet man, Turlet. I started school in the 70s. We didn't have ADHD. We had lack of discipline, Even if they test you for low B12, they don't say you need much less B12. They say you need a lot less. They say you need 2.4 millionths of a gram a day, 2.4 micrograms. I take 200,000 times that. And I also take methylated, not cyanocobalamin. You're very welcome, brother. Very welcome. Very welcome, my friend.
Yeah. I went to my second MB. I did very well in pharmacology, and that was almost by saying, well, let's increase the dose.
Yeah. The old dose response curve. The more you give the
Yeah,
and it works with alcohol, doesn't it? The more beers you have, the drunker you get. But it's
that's true.
But it's not true for everything. Because fantastic stuff. Thank you for taking.
No, any more information. But yeah, it's a very freaking interesting thing to see how stuff like that works. And there's like all of this, all the data. And listen, do you know what paper mills are? Not the mills that make paper for us to write on. Paper mills are places that write fake scientific papers to sell to non-accomplished scientists that just want to publish a paper, and they can get them into, and apparently like it's up to like 16 to 25% of all papers from like 1994 to 2026 published scientific cancer papers are bullshit. Because they're not repeated. People don't repeat it. You got 30 doctors' names on it from like 6 different schools. So they're like, oh, well, it looks like it got repeated, 6 different times from 6 different schools. And they all got the same results. Let's publish the article. And it's all crap. So it's like, okay, great. So then you have to look at what they're doing in China. Well, freaking wackadoo. A paper I read about how the Chinese handle their ADHD and anxiety and depression, their patients, their students, their kids with ADHD, depression. They give them methylfolate, which is another B vitamin, and methylcobalamin, which is B12. So, okay, great. What up, Lando? We're talking about cancer and vitamin deficiencies. But yeah, my website, 110thgrade.com. Oops. You could go get what I take and give me a quarter to help a brother out. I'll get like 25 cents. Oops, that's me. 25 cents. Or you can get a hat for $15. You can get a shirt for $16, I think. Or yeah, the vitamin stuff down here. This is what I take. Vitamin K2, vitamin D3, methylfolate, vitamin B12, vitamin D3. Hey, brother, listen. There's no upper established oral limit for vitamin B12. There is an issue called hypocobalemia, which means too much B12. But from what I've seen, it's typically from people that get IV. Like there's some places that give like IV B12, or if they try to do a B12 shot and then it gets accidentally in the bloodstream rather than soaking in slowly through the muscle. But yeah, and the thing is, you only typically need to take them for a few months. because once you're with the other B vitamins, B12, it depends. So there's this stuff in your intestines called intrinsic factor. And without intrinsic factor, or you can't absorb B12 from your food or from swallowed tablets. So the stuff that I take dissolves under the tongue, and it doesn't have to go through the liver. It doesn't have to be methylated by the liver. It's already methylated. They have so diluted so much, it's always impossible to keep up with. Then again, I'm ignorant when it comes to meds. I need to open a book or two. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's gotten to the point, especially after the COVID freaking debacle. I was just like, I gotta learn this on my own. I gotta figure it out. And like my folks are doing really good. They're in their 70s. They're out and about. They're going out for beers and drinks every night. You know, they dig in the yard, dig in the garden. They freaking and they're in their 70s. They're off of all of their pharmaceuticals. They were told they had low thyroid from one thyroid test. So they were on thyroid pills. They're off of that. Now they're taking desiccated bovine thyroid. All their numbers are good. Seem to be happier and more energetic than they've ever been. I feel first the smartest man on the internet. Thank you, Brother Birdie. I came here late, but these Brits talk about actually testing those low-dose cancer patients who just hear. No, yes, yeah. The guy that was on the left side of the screen is an oncologist. He learned about this low-dose naltrexone from another doctor in the United States who found out that when he was tapering the addicts off of the naltrexone, when they got down to the low dose, they said, oh, my multiple sclerosis is better. My Crohn's, my IBS is better. So can I stay on the low dose? And then he was like, well, I wonder how that works. He flew over, talked to him, and then he came back and started giving it to his cancer patients, and then found out that it basically turns off the factor that tells cancer to grow. And that's where they're at with that. So he's like, why doesn't the world? He said, it seems to be purposeful that the world doesn't know about this. I used to take lots of niacin. It was so much fun. I would get my niacin flush. Yep. I cut my fingernails, scratch my entire body. Yep. Niacin flush, brother. I got lots of niacin. Crazy things happen on Bitcoin today. I don't even know who I am anymore. I'm getting too much money. Good, brother. Good. How you doing, Monk? Dr. Weeder, I mean. Good question. Yeah. Hope those guys stay safe. Yeah, well, we got the information now. So listen, there's no if you don't break a bone and you don't end up with something wackadoo, for general illness, especially with these, I don't see a need for the system the way we have it now. And we have a bunch of Democrats arguing with the Republicans or liberals with the conservatives, talking about we need free healthcare. And I think that's bullshit. I think we need less sick people to have to spend money on. And then the very young and poor and the very old can get free healthcare. But we absolutely, if we just added vitamin and mineral deficiency tests to 13-year-olds, like say, hey, you're going into high school. All right, time to don't they have like freaking, are they, don't they have the freaking hernia tests and stuff like that, and the physical that you have before you go to high school? When they do that, they should do a blood test or hair or fingernail to see where because doctors don't ask. They say, how have you been eating? And the kids will be like, fine, I eat every day, poop every day. Great. And what the doctors are hearing is, oh, you're getting every single vitamin and mineral that you need every day at the amounts you need. That's what they're hearing. And then any issue you have must be above and beyond that. And they don't even ask. But when you ask, they say, oh, I'm not a nutritionist. Bitcoin was just pumped hard. BTC. Yep, sure did. Jeez, sure did. Holy crap. Yeah, that's freaking nuts. That's nuts. We need to reform our food structure, period. Yeah, I agree. Yep. Yeah, we need a reform, period. Western medicine is good for trauma. Right, I agree. Julius Caesar
couldn't conquer the blue sky.
What up, Donnie? Yeah, I agree. Like, but where we need to start is if you start looking into vitamin D deficiency and sleep issues, then sleep issues and mental health, and then like B vitamins deficiencies and mental health in general, and potassium deficiencies and general malaise, like in general, it's like, and the amount of potassium we're told that we should be taking every day, 94% of the United States is deficient or insufficient. Like, you're supposed to take, like, as a man over the age of 18, you're supposed to take 3.6 grams, 3,600 milligrams of potassium a day. But the pills that they give, the Congress only allows potassium supplements to be given in pill form, only up to 99 milligrams a pill. So that's 2% in a pill of your daily. So how are you getting 3,600 milligrams? And if you look, like, you have to eat 8 bananas a day, every day. 18% pump in 5 days. Tired of eating yellow number 5 and red number 9. RGB diet, blue, red, white, green, 42. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy stuff. So well, what do we do? It's a capitalist society. So what do we do? How do we benefit and help? How do we offer a service that we can then benefit from? And I think I have a way. I'd like to know the statistics on cancer in the early days. Has humanity always been affected by it, or is it relative? It's hard to say. Listen, until like the 1900s, you have like drawings and stuff like of things that people had, but also parasitic infection wasn't as well known unless they were like gut parasites, liver flukes, and like there's cancers, breast cancers. I mean, I've read reports up to 30% of female breast cancer could be parasite egg masks. And if you talk about that, you sound like a freaking right-wing conservative nut job. But it's the truth. It's the truth. And the reason that cancer that spreads could be cancer, or it could be something else. So we don't really know, because what they said and what they called cancer back in the day was big masses, you know? And it was drawings, and we don't have the samples, and science is repeatable. History is not. So we don't know. We don't know. But what we have now, and the data we have now, it's just wackadoo. It's just wackadoo. Oops. A lot of the illnesses today, though, are really weird. And like, dude, I tell you what, just go down the vitamin D rabbit hole. That should be the first thing most people go down. Like, it doesn't act like a vitamin. It acts like a steroid and a hormone. And it's like, you need it in your brain stem. You need it in your freaking, and like all of your, like, serotonin. We're hunter-gatherers, we're severely malnourished. So no, as hunter-gatherers, we weren't, because we ate most of the animal. We don't eat kidneys and hearts and livers and stuff anymore, typically. So where do you get the vitamins and minerals that are condensed in those areas? In muscle, you're just getting the stuff that's good, that's basically good for muscle. But if you're less, you know, and then we're scared to eat brains because mad cow disease and whatnot. But how do you get the vitamins and minerals? Like cholesterol is very good for you if you get enough sun. The sun converts cholesterol into vitamin D3, but you don't get sun through the window, even during the day, because the windows block UV. UV has to hit the skin to convert cholesterol to vitamin D. So we're inside a lot. These lights here don't have UV in it like that. If they do, they usually have UV protected glass on it. So we don't get nearly what we need. I do this. Yeah, right. So that's basically it. That's basically it. So what are supplements? They supplement your diet. Well, what's your diet supposed to be? Well, nowadays they talk about calories and they talk about protein. Well, what proteins? And they talk about fats and cholesterol, but they don't talk about vitamins and minerals anymore. You do not hear about it. You do not hear about it anymore. Mass food industry comparison of the amount of calories does not match what our ancestors used to eat. No, it's bullshit. The calories don't matter. If you're eating all that, if you're eating McDonald's, then the calories matters. But the thing is, what the body appears to be doing is it says, I'm missing some vitamins and or minerals, so eat something. So you eat it. And if it contains no vitamins or minerals or not enough, then your body says, I didn't get what I needed. Please do that again. And then so you do it again and you do it again until you get fat and fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter. Because you're fat and starving. That's why fat people keep eating. Maybe we should all return to the hunter-gatherer days. It looks like that's where we're headed. Can eat 5,000 calories in a burger. They didn't used to have. No, we didn't have such calorie-dense food. Now, people pay too much attention to macronutrients because all they care about is looking good, not health. Yeah, it's a big thing too. And we lie to people. We tell them healthy at any weight when it's the worst thing you can do for your body. I mean, besides freaking binging and purging and malnutrition, the reason I'm bringing up size calories is because we used to get up 500 calories. Now it's 500. Yeah, listen, that's probably what I eat. I probably eat 500 to 700 calories. I eat once a day, but I also get a lot of nutrition. I get a lot of my vitamins and minerals in supplementation, even though vitamins are key to grow muscle and lose fat. Right? Yeah, right. Why do you think people are getting fat? Because they don't call it nutritionally dense. They tell you that you're getting your calories. Weight loss is calories in plus calories out. No, your body, you probably won't get hungry like that if your body wasn't searching for something. Our bodies are not meant to feel full from a super large amount of calories. Listen. And these artificial sweeteners can turn off ghrelin, which is the satiety hormone, which means you start eating food, you get what you need. Your body says, I got what I need, stop eating. But if you drink a freaking Diet Coke with your Big Mac, it turns that off. So you can just keep eating and then say, well, I might as well finish all these fries. Waste not, want not. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, everybody. I appreciate y'all being here. You all have a good night here. 500 calories is not the same as the Snickers. 500 calories. 500 salad calories. Yeah. All right. I love y'all. Have a good night, everybody.